on this day. Well, it's
a
it's a
stretch.
twofer. It's a twofer.
It is?
Yeah, you get Motley Crue for Rocktober.
Oh, that's right. And in 1948, Michael Cub Coda, American rock singer, songwriter, guitarist for Brownsville Station, was born.
They had a string of hits. This is one of their many hits.
Well, let's see. There was the Martian Boogie.
I don't remember that.
Oh, cool! That was huge.
You're coming in a little hot again, Bill, today. Martian Boogie. I don't even want to bother. Lightning Bar Blues.
No.
No. Kings of the Party.
Oh, right.
So they had one.
That's what I said. They had a string of hits.
Down to the speakers so you can understand what I'm talking about. You know, it seems like no matter where we go to play a concert at,
No.
Which is nowhere.
Well, he died in 2000, so he's not doing much of anything.
And I say good.
Good riddance.
Yes, I'm glad he's gone. Hey, how's it going?
It's all right.
It's all right. I like your sweater, Gina. I noticed that right off today. Oh, you've taken it off, haven't you?
No.
Oh, is it still on? It's just when you were standing up, it was just shining in the light, and I could see it better.
Thank you.
You're wearing. Gina's wearing a long sweater.
It's just a cardigan.
I like that. It's very nice.
Because it was cold.
Now, this is the one that you were lobbying for.
Yeah, this is the song I wanted to open with.
That's not Bananarama.
That's the original, shot by Shocking Blue, a Dutch band. And this is their string of hit.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Let's see, and then there's the Bananarama version, of course.
This isn't for Rocktober. We couldn't start Rocktober with Bananarama. That would not.
You can't start anything with Bananarama.
And for our promotions director, Sarge, who likes Frankie Avalon, he did a version, I guess. Yeah.
Oh,
this is a different Venus song. This is a different Venus song.
Yeah. But I was just saying, he did a song called Venus.
Yes.
Is this because Nick got our Radio from Hell masks made? Is that why you're playing that?
I'm on Team Nick today because of that.
Katie, show everybody our new mask.
If you go to x96.com/live, you can see them. Oh, nice.
That logo lends itself well to the style of mask that is.
Yes, I like it.
It's a mask, and it has the Radio from Hell logo on both sides of your face there.
All right. I'll have to make a trip down there and get it.
So, hey, how's it going? Everything okay? Good? Yeah. I was thinking about the debate again. It's hard to, and I forgot this quote that somebody said about it. So Mark Twain, who was famous for his aphorisms, his bon mot, but the debate was described as can be well described by this quote. You know, when you wrestle with a pig, you both get dirty, but the pig likes it.
Yeah.
That's perfect, actually.
It is perfect. When you wrestle with a pig, you both get dirty, but the pig likes it. So I'll leave it to your judgment. Who's the pig in that quote? I'll leave it to your judgment about that. Yeah. I was out and about yesterday, and
how hard was it to get your makeup off before you went out and about?
It wasn't actually that hard. I thought it was going to be difficult, but I had the zombie burn makeup on, and it wasn't. It came off pretty easily.
Zombie
really.
burns?
It is. And I was at a medical facility. I'll just put it that way. And I walked into one room of this facility, of course, wearing my mask. And in this room where I was going to have a short procedure done, I'm trying to be sort of vague about all of this. There were two people, and one of the people was wearing a mask and a face shield. The other person in the room was not wearing a mask.
Nothing.
Walking around, talking, doing this, doing that. I sat down to the place where I was going to have my procedure. And this person without the mask, now the person who was going to do the procedure was standing right next to me, and that person was wearing a mask and a face shield. The person without the mask in the room then came over to talk to the person with the mask and said something and was standing right in front of me. Mm-hmm. And I said to that person, I would like it if you put on a mask, please. Mm-hmm. And that person said, well, I was just leaving. And I said, yes, but you're standing right in front of me.
Talking.
Yeah. And I mean, like within 3 feet of me. Mm-hmm. And she said, that person said, oh, well, I'm sorry, and left.
Was this a person that worked at the medical
Yes.
facility? So they should know better.
Yes.
I was going to chalk it up to ignorance, but if they work in medicine, they should know how exhaling works, and it's an airborne virus.
As a matter of fact, the person then doing the procedure said, I'm so glad you said something. That's my boss.
Oh. So, wow.
I was dumbfounded, frankly.
Yes.
Dumbfounded.
Interesting.
See, I was somewhere yesterday where there were mask and no mask people, but I wouldn't expect that at a medical facility.
No.
I was at my daughter's volleyball game, and I walked in, and who's sitting there in the stands? Our very own friend Mary Nichols was there.
Really? Oh.
To watch her daughter coach. But there were parents that walked in with no masks. Mm-hmm. And good on the school for asking them to leave. Mm-hmm. But then there were several parents throughout the game who were wearing masks, and then periodically would pull the mask down and say, "Go, Michelle!" and then put the mask, like they would pull it down to
Once
yell.
again, defeating the purpose of the mask.
You're exhaling an airborne virus.
I mean, I give you point for wearing it there. Do not pull it down to yell. That's the time you need it more than when you're just sitting there breathing.
People are
well, points to my dog groomer yesterday, because I was dropping off the dogs, and there was this woman who I found out later was not a regular customer, because my dog groomer has strict rules, and she's got them posted on the door. And this woman walks in with her dog and no mask, and my groomer, I was watching through my car, immediately whips out a mask and goes, "Put this on now. Put this on now."
Yeah.
And made her put it on, and then as she's walking out the door, pulls it off. And I kind of wait a while, and then I walk in and I go,
Let
"What?"
it clear.
She goes, "Yeah, a new client, probably not a recurring client. I'm going to take the cost of the mask out of her grooming."
Good.
Did you mask your dogs, Carrie? You need to mask them up. Anyway, we probably ought to officially begin the show. Get going here. It's. Do you dare say something to somebody who's not wearing a mask? Do you dare? I couldn't believe it yesterday. I mean, it was a medical facility.
Yeah, right in front of you, I could see that. I was sitting there at that game yesterday, and they weren't people right close to me, and I didn't see myself standing up and walking over and telling them to do it. But if they'd been close to me, I think I would have said something.
I think we need to get to the point where you do get up and walk over and say, you're being really stupid.
The purpose of.
So 877-602-9696, that's the number to call. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. Do you dare say something to somebody? Or are you a person who doesn't wear a mask, and what would you do if somebody told you to put one on? 877-602-9696. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. We would love to hear from you this morning. It helps us get the show going if you check in at 877-602-9696.
We'll get started after these. And now a message from Red Butte Gardens.
Botanical. Red Butte Gardens Botanical this October, a month-long celebration of Halloween. You can enjoy safe activities, live local entertainment, and more. It's outdoors, and of course it's family-friendly. There has been a generous grant from the Utah Legislature through the Division of Arts and Museums, and they're offering free daytime admission to everybody in town. If
So
you want
the
to go
nighttime, the nighttime stuff, after 5 o'clock, you have to buy a ticket and have a reservation. But
Yeah.
before 5 o'clock, you can take your family for free.
Yeah, just go up for
Nice.
free. The nighttime activities, you can register online, pre-register for a date and time online. I believe, let's see, what is the website? It's not highlighted here. It's, oh, there it is, redbuttegarden.org. I just wanted to make sure if it was com or org. So go there. It's Halloween celebration at Red Butte Garden.
Technology has evolved to the point where the ultimate goal can now be
Now, I saw this story today, and
Is that the one I was going to mention
Yeah.
earlier?
the headline is, creator of the Labradoodle calls it Frankenstein's monster.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. This was my dog. His name was Tippy.
Now, I know a Labradoodle.
I
that-
know
That is a
several.
lovely dog.
I know several Labradoodles.
Okay.
Or golden doodles. That's another kind
Yeah.
of doodle, but this
Oh,
is
maybe this is a golden doodle, I know.
this is the Labradoodle specifically. I'll read you this. An Australian man who created the world's first Labradoodle says he regrets creating the popular hybrid breed, claiming in a recent interview that the majority of the dogs are, quote, either crazy or have hereditary problems. Wally Conran bred the first Labradoodle, a cross between a poodle and a Labrador retriever, in 1989 for a blind woman who couldn't have a guide dog because her husband was allergic to the dog hair.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Fast forward 3 decades, which I didn't realize they'd been around that long, but the Labradoodle's become one of the most popular mixed breed dogs in the world, a fact that doesn't sit so well with the man who made them. I opened Pandora's box and released the Frankenstein's monster, said Conran. He fears people are overbreeding the dog, creating versions of their own, including Groodles.
What's that?
Well, this says golden retrievers and poodles. I always thought that was a
I thought that's
golden
a
doodle.
Golden doodle.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe it's Groodle. Golden doodle sounds better, but
Spoodles.
spaniel poodle.
Spaniel poodle.
Spoodles.
I find the biggest majority are crazy or have hereditary problems. I have met some damn nice Labradoodles, but they're few and far between. He spent 3 years trialing more than 30 poodles as guide dogs because their hair was hypoallergenic, but they didn't have the right temperament. They're damn cute dogs.
They are.
So
I wish they would do one that tastes like cotton candy.
But they're everywhere. They are.
Well, and apparently we haven't known that they're crazy.
Yeah.
Well, the one I know, I don't know him well, but it belongs to Luba and Gnome. His name is Leo because he looks like a lion.
Is he? So I think he's a golden doodle.
Maybe so. He's got floppy ears. I'm looking at pictures here. I don't know. They look sort of the same to me. But he's got that curly hair though.
Well, that's the poodle. That's the oodle part of it.
The oodle.
That's why they do it. Is they don't shed, and usually poodles are good for people.
I don't remember which one he is, but he's a very nice dog.
But I want to say on the record that I don't go for the doodle.
No doodle?
No,
You don't like the
have
doodles?
I have a golden retriever. I have the old school dog. I don't cotton to the mixing of oodles and doodles.
And
Are you a racist? You're a racist. This is misogynist. You're a misogynist. That's what you are. You don't believe in mixing of the races.
I'm a goldist.
Hannah says, Labradoodles are so hyper they chew on everything. My friend's Labradoodle chewed up a medical pill bottle, and their cat ate the pills and died. See, they are crazy.
Now, this Labradoodle, I guess he is, Leo, he does like to chew stuff, but they have plenty of chew toys there for him. And he's very well behaved.
Ooh, I had a golden doodle, and it had a lot of health issues. I had to put it down in the end. So sad.
And I think part of the problem is they're overbreeding them now because they're super and you can get the minis.
Oh, see, now that's more my
The mini.
yeah.
Lab.
I like little dogs.
Yeah.
Playing God, though.
Yep.
We'll officially begin the show and then get to your check-ins at 877-602-9696. I think a couple of lines are standing by. We probably have one line open, so you might be able to get in. Gina?
It's brought to you by the brand new radio from Hell Mask. Aren't they mask-tastic?
They're snappy. They're snappy. Mask-tastic?
Yeah.
That
I just
reminds
made
me
that up just now.
That reminds me of a boner candidate coming up, Gina.
Oh.
And now, originating live in Salt Lake City, Utah, from the X96 studios, high atop the second story of the 12-story Broadway Media Broadcast Tower, coming to you in living color and full negativity. It's the Radio from Hell show, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi. The producer of the show is Katie for short. She's in the studio downtown Salt Lake. Skip and Miriam are helping out with the show as well. The moon, well, it's lovely, isn't it? It's 99.7% of full.
It was
That woke me up
huge.
last night.
Yeah.
I'm like, what is the? Oh, jeez.
Well, don't worry about it, Gina. It's waning now again.
Good.
So it'll go away. The moon will set today at 7:02 a.m. Today being what is it? It's Thursday. Thursday. It's the first day of October in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2020, and it's national. I got to find my sheet here. It's National Chinese Moon Day, whatever that is. It's time for the Chinese Moon Festival. It's International Day for the Elderly, Homemade Cookie Day, World Vegetarian Day, and International Coffee Day. A perfect time to have Mill Creek coffee, delicious Mill Creek coffee, beans roasted and ground right here in Salt Lake City. Mill Creek coffee. The best.
Nice.
So now your check-ins at 877-602-9696.
All right. Let's see what Rhiannon has going on.
Good morning.
Hello, good morning, my lords and lady. How are you?
Well, we're good. How about you?
I'm well, thank you. I'm calling in from New York, actually.
What do you do in New York, Rhiannon?
Guys, for a long time. I'm actually working on launching my own apparel line right now.
Oh, really?
Wow.
Is
Nice.
there
Yeah.
some place we can see your apparel?
I haven't launched quite yet, but the goal is spring. Everything kind of got sidelined a little bit with the pandemic, but I've just changed my goal and how I'm going to do that. So
Well,
stay tuned.
Now, are you from Salt Lake?
I am, yeah. I grew up listening to you guys, I think since like 2006, and I'm so grateful to have TuneIn now on my Alexa. I was doing podcasting, listening to you guys before. You would think that there's better radio stations out here, but there's not.
Yeah, no, there isn't. There is no finer morning show in the country than the Radio from Hell show.
I agree. Well, I wanted to comment on the mask thing you guys were talking about and just being confronted about wearing a mask because in New York, people are not afraid to confront each other. That's what I almost love about it because they're not rude. They're just very real, and they'll come up to you and say, "Put your damn mask on."
Yep.
You know.
That's a good thing.
So, anyways, but you guys make my day, and it's so nice listening to you guys. I feel a bit of home, and hope that you keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you,
that's
Rhiannon.
nice. Good
Stay
luck
safe.
with your line.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. We'll see you. Let's go to, is it Scott? Yes, Scott.
Hey, Scott.
Good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, Scott?
Well, thanks for letting me listen.
You're welcome.
I had another comment, another mass story, so I don't want to name the company, but you know how elderly people have specific shopping times on some stores? I've been taking care of 2 elderly family members, making sure they don't have to leave the house, those kind of things. I took them in for their flu shots at one of these times, and the technician that they had come in early I was filling out the paperwork, he took his mask off while we were talking. And I was a little taken back. I was like, aren't you a medical tech and stuff? Shouldn't you know better? And I waited for him to put it back on for a minute, and then I finally confronted him about it. And he seemed just, I guess I should, yeah. And I was like, really? So the medical techs aren't all on board. But you're right, Bill.
Yeah, it was weird. I just thought it was very strange. Even when I went into the room and she was in there without her mask on, and it was a fairly large room, but I'm thinking, you shouldn't be walking around in here talking with your mask on. Now,
we were in the store during the high risk. Everyone in the store is this poor elderly person shuffling around trying to get out before the public comes in.
Yeah, it's terrible. Well, I'm glad you said something.
You just need to spell it out simply. It's an airborne virus, and you are exhaling.
All the time, every
that's how
couple
it
of
is.
seconds.
Yeah, like the woman that I said that to, she wasn't being malicious. She was preparing to leave work, and she had taken her mask off because she was going to leave work. I guess that's. But then
You take it off outside.
Yeah, but
You
then
don't-
she lingered. Yeah, and she
Yeah.
should have not taken it off until she got to her car,
Yeah.
frankly. But
Yeah.
anyway, thanks, Scott.
All right, Scott. Thank you.
Yep.
Let's go to quickly. Let's go to Steve. Hi, Steve.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. What do you got?
Hello. I work at a medical facility here in town, and I have a few coworkers that basically refuse to wear a mask. Now, we are not working inside, more of the maintenance aspect of it, but we have our own building here, and even in our building, they pretty much refuse to wear a mask.
Weird. It's just weird. I don't.
Yeah, and we know. I mean, we work at a medical facility.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah. I just can't. Yeah. I can't stand it. I don't.
I mean, we feel like, especially on this show, that that's all we do is talk about mask this and mask that, and you think, oh man, we must be over talk. Everybody knows by now, right? And it's still, we all see evidence around where people don't have the message or don't care.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right,
All right.
Steve.
Thanks for calling.
Thank you.
Good luck. Thank
See
you.
ya.
All right, traffic, Gina, please.
Sure. It's been pretty light this morning so far. Let me refresh this and see if anything new has happened in the last few minutes, because we've had a fairly light morning. Yeah, everything is clear. I've got green lights, so if you need to drive, just go. Get your car and drive now. It should be smooth sailing for you. If you see something, though, please pass it along to us, and then I will pass it along. 33986.
All right, we will take a break. We will be back. Big boy news, geek news on the way, and beat Gina at 7 o'clock. It's Dawn of the Dead trivia because 'tis the season. By that I mean election season.
Yeah.
It's the season of the dead.
Yeah. So that's on the way. Stand by for that. Gina, Mountain Alarm, Fire and Security.
Yes, I love these guys. They're a locally family-owned company, which is one of the things I really like about them. They've been around since 1952. My husband's used them at his business for a long time, and we had a little incident in our house a little while ago I told you guys about, made us think we needed to rethink our security. And, you know, even if you have a security system, maybe you've had it for a while, you can upgrade it with Mountain Alarm. Call 801-395-8700 and you mention X96. You'll get $100 off any new or upgraded security system. You can go to their website too, mountainalarm.com. You can get the app that they have that controls everything. Now, not just your security system and your cameras, but things like you can unlock a door. Say you're having a repairman come to the house and you're not home. You can open it right from your app. You can look on the camera and watch them come inside. It's so nice. 801-395-8700 or go to mountainalarm.com today.
From celebrities to moms right here in Utah, more and more women are consuming their placentas in pill form.
Don't do that.
Listen, I want you to hear these.
Okay, wait, don't go on. Even if there's something about eating your placenta, you would have to do it the way your dog does it when she has puppies.
Yep.
If there's anything to it, drying it out and putting it in a pill kills whatever good thing you think it does.
Medical expert Gina Barberi, listen to the testimonies of these women,
All
Gina.
right.
The placenta, for those of you who don't know, is an organ that grows inside the uterus while a baby is developing. The placenta gives nutrients to the baby, and some believe...
Some believe.
People are saying, and I'm hearing.
Ms. Barberi, not among them.
No.
But some people are saying, and I'm hearing, and I have the tendency to believe when some people say and I hear, and then I believe, that it is also capable of giving mom key nutrients even after it, that is the placenta, and the baby are delivered. Quote, so what happens is, studies show that about 72 hours after delivery, once the placenta is delivered, hormone levels drop, said Rachel Talley, a midwife, Gina, and herbalist. Are you either of those two things?
Wow, a midwife and an herbalist.
Are you?
I am neither of those.
All right then.
Are there any,
you take out your credentials and show me.
Are there any doctors or scientists around?
Carrie?
Studies
say,
herbalist.
according to this midwife
and a
midwife
study,
and herbalist.
A study could be, I've studied things, and that's
it takes 4 to 12 weeks statistically said an herbalist and midwife, for the body to and the endocrine system to start producing these hormones again. So what we're really doing is natural hormone therapy. After Miranda Hansen delivered her second child, she said she felt the despair of postpartum creeping back in. The first 5 days was like a flashback, she said. But after taking her first placenta pill, she says, so here's evidence right here, the symptoms softened in just 20 minutes. It was like this fog that was lifted, she said. It was like a breath, like it was totally like, I could just like feel like it was clear. It was
Couldn't
like
possibly
amazing.
be that you were thinking that would happen, so it happened.
Oh, my God, you are so negative. Miranda says she bonded with her baby, got back on her feet quicker, and dropped her baby weight faster after taking the pills. Other moms, like Melinda Dratchell, also weighed in. I'm a big fan of Western, like modern medicine, she said. I'm all about the epidural, which I know you are, Gina.
Big fan of the epidural.
But she said the placenta pills worked for her. It was a little strange at first when I started
and
talking.
And they kept the
taking them.
cougars away, and they kept
Rachel Talley midwife and herbalist charges. What are you charging for this advice, Gina? Huh?
It's free.
She charges $250. Okay.
How much does she charge?
What it's worth. And that's what it's worth.
How much does she charge?
That's what your advice is worth. Because her advice, midwife and herbalist, $250 for her services. She said a placenta typically yields about 200 to 300 pills. Some hospitals won't release the placenta, but if they do, and if it's handled correctly, the health department said they don't see a risk in consuming your own placenta, but they do caution folks not to share their placenta with somebody else.
Please let me have some of your placenta.
No.
Come on.
No, don't share. No placenta sharing out there, okay? Rachel Talley, midwife, herbalist, and placenta encapsulator.
And making money off of it.
She is.
Wait, that couldn't possibly have anything to do.
She is a placenta encapsulator as well.
Okay. A placebo encapsulator.
Yeah.
Gina at 7 o'clock, and it's Night of the Living Dead trivia. Excuse me, not Dawn of the Dead trivia.
Oh,
and it's the
Get
original.
Your deads right.
And so to make up for that, I swapped the poster behind me to the original Night of the Living Dead poster. So
that Carrie, for Rocktober, you should. I don't know how many horror posters you have.
Not many, but
you should. That's what you should have behind you for the month.
Yeah, I don't have
put
many.
up some of your horror posters.
Break out Cheryl Teagues again, I guess. Anyway, let's see. We got Beat Gene at 7 o'clock, so be ready for that. Let's get to Big Boy News and Opinnuendo now, brought to you by
Scott Hale offering a furnace tune-up with a free airflow test for only $39. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
That airflow test, by the way, that's on your furnace.
What else would it?
Well, it's
be on?
There's another kind of an airflow test, but this is on your furnace. News for Edward K. Brass. Netflix is working on developing a Conan the Barbarian TV. You got that in Geek News?
Put that away.
No, listen, that's
you
all I'll
started
say
it.
about it.
Let's
that's
do it.
all I will say about it.
Well, that's all there is. That's all the news there is, really.
Oh, well, so it didn't cut a big hole in Geek News.
It was going to be my ender about how it was a September gift from Crom to Ed Brass.
The character, of course, most famously played by Arnold Schwarzenegger in 1982. Somebody played Conan in a reboot.
Jason Momoa.
Wasn't it Momoa? Yeah.
Was it? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And it was terrible. apparently. I didn't see it.
And then this story, I hope this isn't in Geek News, Carrie. Gwyneth Paltrow sharing the gorgeous breakfast view of a lake in upstate New York where she's vacationing. Good for you, Gwyneth.
Put that over here.
Good for you.
What is this vacationing thing?
She's sitting out on a deck, and there's a beautiful lake, and she's just happy as a clam.
You're conflicted about Gwyneth Paltrow, I think.
No.
Because
No,
I
I'm
think
not.
I
I
think
am not.
you
No.
used to like her.
You flirted with the idea.
I used to like Gwyneth Paltrow. I cannot stand her now.
Was it Goop? Goop is what wrote
Well,
it, right?
it's when Goop kind of see, I loved Goop when it was just sort of earthy and down home, and now it's just all fake. Can't stand it. So the Utah Department of Health's COVID-19 report for Wednesday showed an additional 906 confirmed cases, bringing the state's total to 73,042. With 2 new deaths reported yesterday. The hospitalization, since the beginning of the pandemic, 3,847 people in Utah have required hospitalization. Of those, 203 remain in the hospital.
Well, and there was a huge uptick in hospitalizations yesterday.
459 people in Utah have died of COVID-19.
But I don't want to make anybody wear a mask.
Don't wear a mask.
And
I recognize.
I saw yesterday, and I know we're going to have Mayor Mendenhall on today, and she probably won't say, but she commented on we're looking at going back to orange just because.
Okay, I'll put that story aside. That's fine. That was going to be my next story, but I'll just put that aside now. No, you're right. She said we might have to go back to orange. Well, I'm telling you, the governor won't let her. The governor won't let her do it because he has to approve that, Aaron Mendenhall warned that Salt Lake could slide back to orange, as Gina was saying, if the state continues to experience a surge in COVID cases. According to state and county health departments, the biggest increase in the county is coming from social gatherings of young people not wearing masks, she said. So as a result of that, we're seeing cases in older people increase because of younger people bringing it home. Aaron Mendenhall understands what the situation is.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, people in state government do not.
I still don't understand that.
No.
See, and I kind of think they do. I think they know.
But
I think they are choosing not to do for reasons.
that's the part I don't get. What could... This helps. Not doing it doesn't help. So why don't we do? It seems very, very clear
Because
what the choice should be.
Elections.
Let me give you a little preview of a boner candidate that's going to be in the second round that kind of goes along with this. So Aaron Mendenhall sees the situation. Mm-hmm. She would say probably, I don't want to put words in her mouth, but we can ask her, do you think there should be a mask mandate? She would probably say, yeah. But, Utah Valley, they're seeing similar spikes because of young people. But they've got a plan. They've got a plan.
Okay.
They have a campaign called Join the Masquerade, an initiative designed by college students to connect with college students. I always say I'm not a cool kid. My kids tell me, stop talking to me about masks, Mom, said Provo Mayor Michelle Kafusi. People don't want to hear me. The students want to hear from their peers. The campaign is you sign a pledge, and if you sign a pledge, you'll be entered to win weekly prizes,
No one
including
is going
gift
to wear
cards
a
and
mask
cash.
because you're giving away prizes.
And you're going to
That's
sign
not
a
the-
pledge. You're going to sign a pledge to wear a mask, and then you won't wear it. You're just going to sign the pledge to get the prizes.
Well,
You
just
know why you would wear it? If it were required of you to wear
Yes.
it.
Well,
that would make
yeah.
you wear it.
Just a couple of things. Listening to the Provo mayor suddenly now wanting people to wear masks, that's odd. Secondly, okay, here's your motivation to not wear a mask. You might get really sick, or you might get your parents really sick. They could die. There's death involved. Oh, that's not enough? Well, here, how about a free T-shirt?
That's what you
know?
say. You prove it. You prove it. Cleanup efforts are still underway after what city and county leaders are saying was the storm of the century. You know why they're saying that? because it was. Many of the streets of Salt Lake County have piles of debris on the side left over from the windstorm 3 weeks ago, and there's still weeks of cleanup for workers to do. And they say it's just crazy. The Salt Lake City Streets District Maintenance Supervisor, Eric Ferguson, said, "We had to switch operations from our regular maintenance program to emergency response in less than 24 hours. We're still working on it as hard as we can, and it seems like we're never going to get out from under it." Again, in my neighborhood, there are still trees down everywhere. And the White House. This is the kind of leadership we're getting from our federal government. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention had a no-sail order for cruise ships, and that's going to expire October 31st. Mm-hmm. The director of the CDC says, I don't think we should let that expire. I think we should keep that no-sail order in place. Mm-hmm. According to Axios, CDC Director Robert Redfield wants to push the ban on cruise ships to February, but he was overruled by people in the White House
who have friends in the cruise industry.
Oh yes,
Donald
Trump is
Florida
good buddies.
Florida.
Is good buddies with the Carnival Cruise owner, and in Florida, as Gina was interrupting to say, is the cruise capital of the United States. Certainly.
Yeah, they need the cruise industry in Florida. That's a lot of jobs.
Mm. And how about this? Again, your federal government. Food pantries for months have relied on a government-sponsored food box program to serve a spike in needy families during the pandemic. But the latest batch of boxes includes an item some people find a little unpalatable as the election nears. The food boxes that are coming now have a letter in them signed by President Donald Trump, which says... Trump says, "Safeguarding the health and well-being of our citizens is one of my highest priorities."
No.
It says in the letter. I prioritized sending out nutritious food from our farmers, our wonderful farmers who support me very bigly, in need throughout America. It's propaganda.
Mm-hmm.
And
not true.
No.
Yeah.
California, of course, suffering the pandemic like the rest of us. Although it's hit California, it hit very hard. Then the fires burning in much of the state, and an earthquake swarm. 400 earthquakes hitting the California in the area of the San Andreas Fault over the next a little while. They've been hitting, and seismic experts are saying, This could be, just get ready. Get ready. That's just what California needs, isn't it?
Earthquake swarm?
Earthquake swarms. A swarm of more than 400 earthquakes has hit California. Now, they've all been, just small.
Yeah.
But
I suspect Lex Luthor.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's a good guess.
And that's about it, except for a new study that's shown that Donald Trump is personally to blame for 37% of the world's misleading COVID-19 misinformation.
That's it? Only 37%?
30. That's for one guy. That's pretty good.
Yes, for one guy, that's impressive. All right. Sports weather traffic.
So all the sports is happening now, as you know, the NBA Finals going on, and it looks like the Lakers are just going to walk away with it probably. 116-98 over the Miami Heat last night. They play again tomorrow at 7 o'clock. We also have baseball playoffs going on because it's weird. The Dodgers beat the Brewers 4-2. There were actually 8 playoff games yesterday, which is, usually those are spread out longer. And if you were a baseball fan, you had a whole lot of baseball to watch yesterday. Let's see. The Athletics won. The Rays won. The Cardinals won. The Yankees won.
Now, do you have news about they're having to postpone some NFL games? Do you have that?
Well, I gave that yesterday. That was the Titans.
I thought there was some new stuff today. I thought
it was it was the Titans and the Vikings and I think
then
they
the
were supposed to
Steelers
play.
game.
Well, they were supposed to play the Steelers, so that's what you're thinking of.
Yeah.
That's, but yeah, there's a ripple effect happening through the NFL due to lots of positive COVID tests on the Tennessee team. So
Here's a question for you. The NFL has been adamant about saying to coaches, you have to wear masks on the sideline, or
They're
we're going to
fining
start,
them.
or we're going to start fining you.
They have
You've got-
already.
Yeah. So wear your mask. And yet, I see coaches standing on the sidelines wearing a mask. All the players around them are not wearing masks. So what's the point?
I mean, no, you're right.
What's the point?
I don't, because I don't know.
Is it just, are they doing
I don't
this
think
just
any of it
because
should be
it's-
happening. So
Are they doing this just because it's symbolic?
yes,
We want you to set an example?
yes.
Is that why it is?
So they can point to it and say, "See, no, none of it should be happening." I mean, I go to my daughter's volleyball game yesterday. Her team, every time they've played, they're the only team that wears masks the entire time. When
While
they're
they play?
playing, when they're on the bench, the coaches all have masks. And they've played, I don't know, 5 teams to this point. Never played another team that wears a mask. And I don't understand that. But there's that. You want some good news? The weather's nice. That's good news. Carrie, lots of porch time for you this week.
Yeah, I was thinking I might get some reading in.
80. Looks like for the next 5 days at least, maybe even longer. 80s during the day, 50s overnight, and the air seems better unless you are up on Mount Olympus, which is still experiencing that Neff's fire. It's still burning.
Yeah, I sat in a parking lot and watched it burn for a little bit longer yesterday.
They're saying that that's going to probably burn until we get a storm of some sort.
Really?
Because they just can't get to
They
it.
can't get to it.
You can get anywhere you want right now because I have no accidents to tell you about. Everything looks like it's flowing well along the Wasatch Front. If you're not flowing well or you know somebody that's not, you can text us and tell us about it, 33986.
All right. Beat Gina coming up at 7 o'clock. It's Night of the Living Dead trivia. Don't worry, I made the questions real easy.
Okay, so zombie stuff and thing.
You might win a Radio from Hell tote bag. So get ready to call in, 877-602-9696. Is this sponsored, Gina?
Are you not entertained? Haster Games has a huge inventory of great board games, magic, and more. Haster Games, 6831 South State, and HasterGames.com. Call ahead for curbside service.
Okay. Always a brand new episode of GeekShowPodcast.com available every week. All right. This was big enough news that even Gina notified me about it yesterday. She was very excited. The Marvel Universe, and they say Marvel Cinematic Universe here because this character will start with her own television show on Disney Plus, and then will advance to the movies. That was always the plan for Ms. Marvel. Now, this is a character a lot of people didn't know about some time ago. She has been in the comic book world for 6 or 7 years.
This isn't Captain Marvel.
No, this is Ms. Marvel. This is her character is. Let's see. Let me find the description here. Pakistani-American Jersey girl who can stretch her body in long, powerful waves. Now, the reason that people are now familiar with Ms. Marvel is she's in this current Avengers video game, and honestly, she's the best one to play. She's a lot of fun. And the story centers around her trying to get the Avengers back together. So they have cast her. It's someone you've never heard of. She's an actress, Iman Vellani, in the title role of Kamala Khan. That's the name of the character. And she's relatively new to the world of Hollywood. She doesn't even have an IMDb page. Well, she probably does by now.
She's young, though.
She's 18.
teen.
Yeah, she's 18. She'll be playing, I think, 16. I think the character is like 16.
Mm-hmm.
So that's actually pretty big news. So look forward to that. Oh, Gina, I know you like the Stephen King movie Firestarter.
Yes.
Right?
Drew Barrymore.
How do you feel about a remake?
Maybe. Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Was the movie good? Firestarter. I
never saw it.
I don't think I saw it.
I never saw
I
it.
mean,
so I
it
don't
was fine. It wasn't
you
one
like-
of the best, but
So no.
no. I mean, I like the book.
Well, what if I were to tell you that this remake will be made in cooperation with Blumhouse, the horror
Okay,
people?
so
they do,
that's good.
They do horror well. And what if I was also to tell you that the star is Zac Efron? He's so good he can play a little girl. That's what a good actor. No,
I will watch this movie.
He's playing the dad, obviously, in Firestarter. They haven't cast the little girl yet. Let's see. Let me skip that. I just wanted to tell you about a comic book because I love the plot. And I predict that we will see this into a TV show or movie in the future. It's called Tankers. This is a new independent comic. With less than a decade of fossil fuel left, there's only one thing for Big Oil to do. Create a time machine to change the course of history and make sure that dinosaurs lived longer in the first place. That's the hook.
Okay.
Things don't go right when Greenleaf Oil sends 6 contractors armed with high-tech mech suits back to the Cretaceous period to change the trajectory of the meteor that wiped out the dinosaurs, with the aim of guaranteeing another few millennia's worth of oil. The contractors return to present day and find that human history has been essentially wiped out, and in its place, super-evolved dinosaurs with a grudge. This sounds fun.
It does. I like it.
I will be picking up that comic book. And sad news to end Geek News today. The original super annoying Facebook social game, Farmville, closing its doors for good on December 31st, 2020.
So I'll quit getting those invites from people that I don't.
You will
care
stop
about.
getting those invites from Dave the Flower Guy.
Yeah, it's because of the tariffs. That's why. That's
The
why they
tariffs?
closed
The
it down.
farm
It's
tariffs?
because
Is
of
that
the
it?
tariffs.
The farm tariffs?
China's fault?
They're moving all of that to Canada. All of that farming is going to Canada.
All right. There you go. Traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, friends of the program have sent in traffic. 80th East, right before the 201 on-ramp, there's some metal rods that fell off a truck on the freeway on I-80 East, so thank you for whoever sent that in. Fog in all the dips in Utah County by the lake. Slow down, people, another friend of the program says. Accident just north of 13th South 9th East. Cars in the middle of the lane. All of that, not from UDOT, from you people. 33986 is where you send that in.
All right. 877-602-9696. Call now. Get in line to play Beat Gina. It's Night of the Living Dead trivia. Don't worry, the questions are easy. You might win a radio from Hell Tote Bag. 877-602-9696. Line up now. And now a message from the Utah Department of Workforce Services.
Maybe you got laid off because of the pandemic. Maybe you were furloughed and you're waiting for your job to come back. And maybe your benefits have dried up and you're wondering what you're going to do. Well, stop waiting and start looking for something new. Whether you're looking for the same type of work you were in or you want to completely reinvent yourself, you've got options, and those options are available here now. You'll find the hottest jobs available at jobs.utah.gov. That's jobs.utah.gov. And there are plenty of jobs. The Department of Workforce Services recently launched a new section of their website. It highlights the top jobs in the fastest growing industries. They took a look at the industries that are hiring people and are strong right now, and they highlight them on that website. So head to jobs.utah.gov, find the hottest jobs in the state, and start looking for your new career today.
Rael Salt Lake is back, and X96 wants to say.
Enjoying a delicious piece of German chocolate cake pie.
Exactly.
That's kind of weird, Travis. Is Travis the pieman here?
Hi, everybody.
German chocolate cake pie.
Exactly.
We have an official pieman for the Radio from Hill show.
Gina, by the way, I brought you your pie.
Oh!
It's a pie in a box.
It's the McDonald's.
It's the pie that she will eat.
We know she'll eat that.
You're missing out.
It's the one thing I have in common with Donald Trump.
You're missing out. This is delicious.
It's delicious. It really is, Travis.
And also, Gina, since you since I couldn't get you pie, I got you something else.
What? Well, you got me pie right there.
Travis has got an.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Travis has been making stickers.
Remain seated podcast stickers.
Uh-huh.
I
Got the
love
graphic
it.
offline, was able to kind of jury rig a
Aw.
setup for it. So you've got some for the computer, for the laptop, for your car, whatever you want to do.
I love it. Thank you.
Travis, is it an Etsy store? Or where
Yeah,
is
it's an
it?
Etsy store called
store.
Pieman Graphics, or if you search Pieman Graphics on Twitter, it now pulls up links that'll take you right where you need to go.
You know, Gina, that those stickers have beard hair in them.
Do they?
Yeah, probably.
That's okay. I'm not going to eat them.
I try to pick them out, but picking out the beard hair makes it artisanal.
This pie has beard hair in it, and it's delicious. It's just delicious.
Well, my boys helped me with this one, and the 11-year-olds.
Yeah, Travis sells stickers on his Etsy site.
That's awesome.
He's been selling Geek Show stickers.
Now, Travis, you it's Pi Day,
right?
What do you know about the mathematical symbol of pi? Anything?
It's the magical number that lets you calculate many things in geometry. The time that they actually celebrate it today, or at least the big math geeks celebrate it today, is today at 1:59 p.m. because then you get 3.14159, which are the first numbers of pi.
Wow.
I know. It's really you can get really geeky on this.
So there's going to be math geeks at the bar at that time?
At that exact time, they'll all raise a glass and they'll be good. And I mean, and there's little math things they come up with too, where they say that since there's 360 degrees in a circle, if you go to the 359th position of pi, there's 360 right there.
If I understood math better, apparently it is this magical thing that you can calculate all kinds of things.
It's an exact proportion that they figure is like a magic number throughout the universe. It helps things work, but we kind of adopted it too. Is instead of just being pi as in the number, it's pi as in pie. Also, pizza today is big. I think Pie Pizzeria usually does some kind of special thing, or all the other pizza chains will do something special. I don't recognize the National Pie Day that they had back in January. Or February.
We tried to call you out on that day, and
it's just like Valentine's Day. It's a setup day where big pastry comes out and wants to sell pie.
Big pastry.
Big pastry.
Big pastry. They tried to co-opt it.
Exactly.
Right.
There's only two pie holidays that I celebrate, and that is Pie Day and Pie and Beer Day on the 24th.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because nothing's better than a fresh raspberry pie and a Pilsner.
Now, Travis, I know you also have you lost your job some time ago. I don't know what you weren't fired, but it was a.
Yeah. I'm no longer employed.
Yeah.
And so right now I'm looking for anything that's either integration or
what is
implementation.
what is integration?
I do a lot of software.
Okay.
And basically, it's taking large groups of software pieces or hardware pieces and putting it together for major companies.
Okay.
So I do integrations, implementations, support. So
if anybody has something like that and wants an employee that can bring pie on potluck day,
exactly, lots of pie.
That's
he's a great pie maker, and he knows how to do like big software jobs. Travis, how do they get a hold of you?
They can just email me at travislynnjohnson@gmail.com.
Okay.
And Raul down on the border send us in the chat room a picture of one of your Trump stickers on his computer, I think.
Yeah, I have a copy of the balloon Trump. The big balloon that they were
the
running
big
around
fat,
England, and they brought it over to Los Angeles and into New Jersey. Yeah, I sell those on the site too.
Pieman Graphics.
All right. Thanks. I just devoured the pie. One slice is enough. It's very sweet, but man, it's delicious. Thank you, Travis.
No problem at all. Have a good one.
Have a good pie day.
You too.
And now, let's try to beat Gina. It's the game show that even the living dead love to play. It's the kooky, ooky, and altogether spooky Halloween edition of our game. We have horror trivia galore all this month and fabulous prizes to get. It's a radio from Hell tote bag. And now, let's meet our host, the man who knows that when hell is full, the dead will walk the earth. When he's not hosting our game, he's out killing zombies. Kerry Jackson.
Oh, thank you, Johnny. Thank you so much. How are things in the basement?
Oh, dusty.
Dust. How do you keep your pipes working so well in all that dust, Johnny?
I thrive on dust.
Oh, okay. The announcer anomaly, that is Johnny. All right. We off the air, we tossed a coin to determine who would be our contestant, and we have decided that, well, the coin has decided, that is, Debbie is going to be our contestant for Beat Gina right now. Debbie, are you there?
I am. Good morning.
Hi, Debbie. All right, Debbie, we're going to toss a coin again to determine who goes first. It does give you an advantage in the game. Debbie, heads or tails?
Heads, please.
Heads. All right. Coin toss app says tails. Uh-oh. That means Gina goes first. Okay. All right. So this is it. It's Night of the Living Dead trivia. Gina goes first. Debbie, this means that this question is solely for Gina. She gets to answer it without any interference from you, like Orange 45. Don't step in there.
Shut up, man. Don't make me say it, Debbie.
But if she gets it wrong, you get a chance to steal the point away by answering the question correctly. So pay attention, even though it's not your question. Gina.
Yes.
Oh, first person to 3 points wins. As she fled from the cemetery zombie,
okay,
Barbara crashed the car that she and Johnny had arrived in. What did she hit? Was it A, a tree, B, a gas station, C, a popcorn stand, or D, Dennis Quaid's dignity?
I'm going to say a tree.
A tree is correct.
Yes.
It's 1-0 for Gina. Now, Debbie, you control the question, and we'll have a chance to tie the game. And, Debbie, we're having a little hard time hearing you. At least I am.
Yes.
Maybe you could step up to your phone a little more.
Okay, is that any better?
It's a little bit better, but speak up there. Debbie,
okay.
Where did Ben find his truck? Was it A, at the big Trucktober sales event? He saved a great deal of money on. B, Beekman's Diner. C, the Naughty Pine Cafe in Loa. Ask for Hazel. Or D, the Peach Pit Diner.
I'm going to go with B.
Beekman's Diner is correct.
That is correct. It's now tied 1-1. Gina's turn to try and answer a question.
Gina, which actor/actress played one of the Trapped Seven as well as one of the Living Dead? Was it A, Carl Hardman, B, Marilyn Monroe, C, Dame Judi Dench, because she can play anything, or D, Marilyn Eastman?
I'll go with D, Marilyn Eastman.
That is correct.
That was really difficult. It's 2-1. Debbie, now you have a chance to tie.
Debbie, what is Karen Cooper's single line of dialogue in the film? I hurt. That's A. B, MAGA. C, I turned myself into a pickle. I'm Pickle Karen. Or D, I can feel myself rot.
Oh. D.
I can feel myself rot? Good guess, but incorrect. I'm sorry. Gina?
Well, then it would have to be, as much as I want it to be,
Really?
Pickle Karen.
You're going to win. You're going to win, if you get this right, Gina. And we
it
won't have
going
any
for a
more of
minute?
these. We won't have any more of these fabulous questions.
Oh, okay, you turned me Pickle Karen. That's my answer.
Oh, no. Gina, that's incorrect. It's I hurt. Okay.
But you still control the question, I believe. That was the steal, so you still
Okay.
Yeah,
control
that was
the
the
question.
steal, so
Yes.
now this is your question. You control it. Gina, what does Ben use to keep the undead at bay? Is it A, that new Vin Diesel record? Have you heard it?
Yeah.
B, fire. C, circles of salt on the ground. Or D, an apple a day. Keeps the zombies away. That's the old saying, right?
That's what I heard. Yeah. I don't know. Do we need to stretch this out anymore, or should I just put a stake in it?
Yeah, we can just.
Okay. That would be torches. That would be fire.
Fire. There we go. You
Gina
are the winner,
wins
Gina.
the game.
Oh,
Fabulous.
Gina, way to go.
Yeah, way to go, Gina. That was
It's
brilliant.
all good. It's all good.
Debbie, you were a good sport. Would you like the promise of someday getting a Radio from Hell tote bag?
Yes, I would. Yes,
Okay.
I would.
Okay.
Hang on the line. We'll get your information, and someday someone will contact you about how to get it.
Debbie, hang on the line. We'll get all of your information and get it to Sarge, and someday we'll figure out a way to get prizes to people. I know, crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, nutty.
Yep. Traffic, Gina.
Johnny left. He said something about writing up a resignation letter, and then he left.
Him and the head of the CDC. Let's see. Traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, the only traffic I'm getting is from you guys, so send it to me, 33986. Friend of the program says, accident just north of 13th South on 9th East, car in the middle of the lane. Fog in Utah County, all the dips by the lake, slow down, people, another friend of the program says. I-80 right before the 201 on-ramp, some metal rods fell off a truck on the freeway on I-80 East. All that comes to us via text, so text us if you see something, 33986.
All right.
Boners round one coming up. Here are the candidates you will be considering. Boner candidate number one, off to school with you, you little germ factory. Boner candidate number two, well, we didn't know she was going to die. And boner candidate number three, hang on. There was an error here. Let me go. So the number three is, you were supposed to put it on the pig.
All right. Round one of your boners, big boy news, all coming up after these. Stand by for that. Gina, Lim Jewelers.
You guys would love these people at Lim Jewelers. It's family owned since 1949. You go to Lim Jewelers, 574 East Fort Union Boulevard in Midvale, and the whole Lim family is there. You'll walk in the door. Erica and Becky will be there. They're going to let you browse the showroom, have a look at what's in the cases. You're going to see something beautiful in there, rings, necklaces, bracelets, other unique pieces. But maybe you have something in mind, something you've always loved. Maybe you've ripped a page out of a magazine that had a ring in it you like, or maybe you want to recreate a family heirloom. They are custom jewelers at Lim Jewelers, true craftsmen. The owner said, I went to school and got an art degree, and this is what I'm doing with my art degree. I'm making jewelry, and it's beautiful jewelry. You can see some of it online if you go to limjewelers.com. But I would suggest going in and seeing them, talk to Erica and Becky, and just enjoy your time at Lim Jewelers, 574 East Fort Union Boulevard in Midvale.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! In this episode, we find our elders rendezvousing with Zone Leader Hansen on some distant planet in the BFE sector. Hey, Butch, what you got there?
Oh, it's a care package from my folks. You know, my mom means well, but she just doesn't understand the physics involved in sending stuff from home.
Well, what you mean?
Well, the cookies she sent are fine. They're hard as a rock, just the way I remember them. It's the lime jello with shredded carrots in it that causes problems. You know, even in Tupperware, this stuff goes bad after a week in hyperspace. Missionaries who have eaten this stuff have been known to develop a form of space madness.
Wow. Oh, look, here comes Zone Leader Hansen right now.
I have discovered the most incredible object. It allows us to view any period in the history of any planet. We can research early church history. This discovery will allow me to get reassigned back to Earth and leave you two losers far behind.
Great. Glad to hear it. What's that have to do with us?
Since you weren't having much luck in the field, I figured that you wouldn't mind watching my discovery while I go back to Starbase 182 and file my report. Hey, are you eating while I'm talking to you? Give me that.
Sorry.
Say, green jello with carrot shavings. I haven't had this since I left home.
But sir, I think you ought to know that...
Quiet, Lehigh. He's eating.
Shut up, the both of you, right now. This jello tastes funny.
He's gone mad. He's got space madness. We better go after him.
Okay. Hey, what's that thing right there?
You mean that natural arch that seems to be showing the History Channel?
Yeah, that thing. What is it?
I believe that who is it would be a more appropriate question.
Is that you that said that, Butch?
No. It must have been the natural arch over there. Okay, I'll play. Who are you, and what have you done with Zone Leader Hansen?
I am the guardian of forever. Hansen has entered through me into your world's past.
Entered through you?
Well, I guess we can get back to tracking now, huh, Lehigh?
No, we most certainly can't.
Huh?
We need to get Zone Leader Hansen back and cure his jello-induced space madness.
Come on now, Lehigh. He was a little weird before my mom's jello. Are we sure he's sick?
Where in our world's history is Hansen now, Guardian?
He was asking questions about Mormon history and about lime jello in particular. He entered as I was showing him the Relief Society meeting where sisters first began to experiment with lime jello.
Well, if he disturbs that meeting, the timeline of church history could be permanently changed. Let's go, Butch. Whoa! Will Zone Leader Hansen change church history? Can Butch and Lehigh get him to go before he does? Will the Relief Society let Hansen anywhere near their test kitchen? Tune in next time to hear Relief Society President Mulestein say...
I'm at a loss, sisters. We've tried shredded beets, cauliflower, radishes, eggplant, zucchini, and rutabaga. Nothing seems to go with this new lime jello stuff.
Excuse me, sister. I think we can help.
I don't think we should go against the Prime Directive, Bush.
How did you get in here? One wrong move and you'll see the business end of my skillet. Just like the last kid who wandered in here and tried to tell us how to conduct our business.
Other kid? Oh, hey, it's Zone Leader Hansen. She's knocked him out cold.
Nice going, ma'am. Wish I'd have been here to see it. Tell you what, we'll get him out of your way and you can go back to doing what you were doing. Oh, yeah, and you might want to try shredded carrots.
I warned you about meddling.
She's got a skillet. Wait for it. Run! On the next liposuctioning episode of Space Elders!
7:19 right now as we broadcast once again from our homes. You can see us at x96.com/live. Watch us broadcasting from our basements, bunkers, boudoirs.
Is anybody in a boudoir? I'm not.
Well, I'm kind of in a boudoir. It's a guest room. There's a bed right there. I think maybe I'll get out the Halloween decorations today. I'm not Katie that decorates in July, but now that it's October 1st, I might put some Halloween decorations up in here.
There's a bed there. Why don't you get some use out of it? Why don't you do the show lying down?
I would fall asleep.
All right. But yeah, x96.com/live is where you can watch us do the shows from our homes. Let's see. Oh, it's time for round one of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. And you will decide with your vote, of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day? You see, if it wins here, it's not boner of the day yet. Things have changed. Where have you been? This has been happening for years. We were worried about you. You didn't. Round 1 happens here. We get a winner of these 3 candidates. We send it forward to boner fight. Round 2 at 8:20, same thing. 3 different candidates. We get a winner there. Send it forward to boner fight. You will decide boner of the day at 9:20 this morning. That's when boner fight happens. So right now you're picking your champion to send forward from round 1. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote. And one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
You'll receive your name on a list, a long list of people that have been told that someday they can pick up, as Katie is showing you right now at x96.com/live, a Radio from Hell boner t-shirt.
It's just anyway. Here's boner candidate number 1. Off to school with you, you little germ factory. Parents in Wisconsin are knowingly sending their kids to school while the students are infected with COVID-19 or experiencing symptoms, a health official said. Kirsten Johnson, director of the Washington Azoki Public Health Department, said this week that there have been multiple cases of parents lying about their children being infected with the virus. Something that happened and continued to happen, but happened on the first day of school, which I never in my wildest dreams imagined would happen, is that people are sending their known COVID-positive kids to school, Johnson said. She said parents are also neglecting to get symptomatic children tested for the virus. What's also happening, and again, not in my wildest dreams thought this would happen, is kids become symptomatic and parents are refusing to test them because they don't want to quarantine their siblings.
Man.
It's unbelievable.
I know.
We're
not going to be able to keep our schools open if you keep doing this.
Open, if you want to go back to normal, if you want things, we need to play by the rules right now. That's the only way we get through it.
Boner candidate number 1. Off to school with you little germ factory. Now this next boner candidate, I hesitated to nominate it because it's so bad. But here it is. We didn't know that she was going to die. Joyce Iquaquan's death on Monday in a hospital in Quebec is now the subject of some investigation. Because as she lay dying in her hospital bed in Quebec, this native woman, she's a member of the Tika-Mikud tribe, I think that's how you say it, clicked on her phone and started broadcasting a Facebook Live video. And she was being insulted and sworn at by hospital staff. Her death prompted an immediate outcry from her home community on a reservation north of Montreal because she died while this was going on.
During the broadcast?
Oh my God.
Yeah. She.
My hell.
The video was viewed by CBC News. The 37-year-old is heard screaming in distress and repeatedly calling for help. Eventually, her video picks up the voices of staff members. One hospital staff member tells her, "You're stupid as hell."
What?
Another is heard saying that she had made bad life choices and asked her what her children would say if they saw her in this state. She has 7 kids, by the way. I have 7 kids who now find themselves without a mother, said her grieving husband.
What? Not that it matters, but what was she in there for? Was it like a drug overdose or something?
I do see.
Not that it matters. I'm just
wondering
why
don't
they
know.
would be saying these, talking about life choices and things.
I don't know. I didn't read through the whole story, but she's in the hospital. She's obviously very ill. She's an indigenous woman, and they're just giving her all kinds of abuse, and it's available. She made it available on Facebook and then died. Boner candidate number 2. Well, we didn't know she was going to die. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. You were supposed to put it on the pig.
All right, so boner candidate number 3 for round 1 coming up after this. Big boy news and innuendo brought to you by.
On the hunt for a trophy truck or SUV, $3,500 more for your trade, and not a payment until next year. Your trophy ride is at National.
The Real Housewives of Salt Lake City is just about upon us. Bravo dropped a new trailer on yesterday, for the Real Housewives of Salt Lake, and it stars Lisa Barlow, Mary Crosby, Heather Gay, Meredith Marks, Whitney Rose, and Jen Shaw as they navigate their world of religion, beauty, wealth, and perfection in the majestic mountains of Utah, it says.
I don't know why I wasn't asked to be on this show. All that describes.
Let me just read those again, Gina. Let me just read that again. Religion, beauty, wealth, and perfection. Okay?
Okay, maybe not.
Yeah. The women are affiliated with different religions, but Salt Lake City is, of course, headquarters to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. A quick lesson on how to be a good Mormon, one of them says. Don't drink, don't swear, and treat your body like a temple. It is hard to be a good Mormon, says another. I don't know. This whole franchise is owned by Andy Cohen, isn't it?
He's involved somehow.
I think he owns it. He put it together, and he's responsible for all of these Real Housewives.
They are wildly
shows.
Successful and
Yep.
make tons of money.
And they don't all go on, right? I mean,
there's a lot of them running simultaneously.
Well, I know, but what I mean by that is, for instance, the Real Housewives of New York. That's been going on season after season after season, and some of them just, I think, start up and then don't continue. You know, they do a season.
I think we will watch this and not recognize these people as being Utah people.
Well, that's because
I know they are, but
that's because we don't run in those circles.
I will be. I guess maybe that's partially why I want to watch it. Is I want to see those Utah circles that I don't run in. I'm kind of curious.
They're around.
The other half lives.
They're around. They just don't want to have anything to do with us.
I'm torn. I've never seen a Real Housewives show.
I haven't either.
At all.
They're horrible.
And
because
that's what I suspect. Yeah.
They fight and
well, that's the fun of it, right?
Yeah.
I guess.
It's not interesting if it's just a bunch of nice people sitting around talking.
Yeah. But then I feel like an obligation to be able to talk about it with people.
Yeah.
You know, maybe I should. I don't know.
Sad news today. Chrissy Teigen.
Oh, this broke my heart when I saw this morning.
She announced that she and her husband, John Legend, had lost their 3rd child, which makes it sound like they have lost 3 children. That's not.
No.
They have 2 children, both, I believe, in vitro fertilization.
Yeah, she didn't think she could get. So, allow me, Bill.
Please.
She didn't think she could get pregnant on her own. Well, she couldn't. They tried for years and years.
Yeah.
So both her son and daughter were in vitro.
Mm-hmm.
And a few months ago, she scheduled to have her breast implants removed. And it's standard procedure before you have surgery. If you're a woman, they give you a pregnancy test. And she had joked, oh, well, I can't get pregnant. And she took a pregnancy test before that surgery that was a false negative. Apparently she was pregnant when they performed that surgery, and she didn't know it because she didn't think she could get pregnant on her own. Come to find out a little while after that surgery, she was in fact pregnant during the surgery. I don't know how much that has to do with the trouble she was having now, but she lost the baby last night.
Yeah, and she and John Legend were really upfront about it. I mean, they immediately announced it, and a lot of people try to, are sensitive about that. They don't want people to know, but they live their lives in the public, and
they do, and she's made a big, she was able to get pregnant on her own. Never thought she could, and a lot of people have been following their journey for that. And she's been on bed rests and stuff for a while. Yeah. But there are horrible, awful people on social media.
Don't tell me. Please.
Of course.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Like, you had this coming, and you see what this is God getting you back for horrible stuff. I hope they don't read it.
A highly anticipated state audit released yesterday here in Utah offered some criticism of how Governor Gary Herbert's office has handled some of the COVID-19 pandemic response and the spending of millions of dollars of taxpayer money. The audit, conducted by the Utah State Auditor John Dougal, was in response to scrutiny over spending by the governor's utilization of emergency spending during the COVID pandemic, including a multi-million-dollar tech contract, more than one, and the controversial purchase of a stockpile of hydroxychloroquine. Remember that?
Yeah.
It found no criminal activity, but suggested procedural changes as to how emergency spending is done and more of a paper trail. Quote, "We acknowledge the unprecedented nature of this pandemic. We recognize that decisions were made quickly in an evolving situation with many unknowns at the time," the audit said. As this pandemic is ongoing, our intention is to evaluate various events and processes to identify areas wherein improvements can be made to safeguard both public health and public funds and to ensure that limited resources are used more effectively. And the report also criticizes lack of pre-preparation for something like this.
Herbert.
Robert Murray. Name ring a bell to anybody?
Bob Murray?
Bob Murray.
I feel like booing when I hear that name. Bob Murray.
He is the president of the now bankrupt Murray Energy. He owned a couple of coal mines here in Utah, up in Carbon County, one of which collapsed and trapped, I forget how many miners, 6 or 7, killed them. There were, deaths associated on his watch. All kinds of safety violations in those mines. He's sold those. He's a friend of Donald Trump's, good pal, and he's lobbied long and hard to not have to pay into a fund for black lung disease for miners. He has fought against it. It's a federal mine safety regulations. He fights against them, and particularly the black lung disease fund. He now has been diagnosed with black lung disease, and he's filing for benefits.
Karma much?
This is if you're wondering what karma is, this is an excellent example.
Yeah, Bob Murray. He said, "I worked for 63 years underground in coal mines, 16 years every day at the mining face underground. I went underground every week until I was 75, Murray wrote in his claim. I've got black lung disease. I'm filing for benefits.
But he didn't want anyone else to have them.
No.
All right.
Supporter of the right-wing Proud Boys group, who was indicted for pointing a firearm and firing a paintball gun at an anti-racism protester in Portland, was arrested early on Wednesday. The arrest of Alan Swinney came hours after U.S. President Donald Trump on Tuesday's debate told the Proud Boys to stand back and stand by when asked if white supremacists and militia groups should stand down. Swinney, who has Proud Boy tattooed on his right arm, was indicted for spraying mace and causing physical harm with a paintball gun during those Portland demonstrations. We have a Proud Boys chapter here in Salt Lake.
Yep.
And the Proud Boys Salt Lake chapter, in conjunction with Black Lives Matter Northern Utah, spoke out against racism and white supremacy. Quote, I will go out and say that the Proud Boys as a whole, I will say this on behalf of the entire national organization, we denounce white supremacy, said a man named Thad, who identified himself as the chief of the Salt Lake Proud Boys chapter. We are in no way, shape, or form white supremacists. Standing alongside him, was a member of the Black Lives Matter Northern Utah chapter, Jakari Kelly. Kelly says the two groups have been working together for a few months to discuss issues including police reform. I would say to Jakari Kelly, don't trust them.
There are people of color as members of the Proud Boys. There are. It's a weird.
But the guy who started it.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I'm not. I'm just saying.
Don't trust them.
They're.
I don't. If they're so okay, but they are, as stated, they are white supremacists. Nationally, that's what they are.
Yeah.
And
I mean, maybe our chapter is an anomaly. I don't know, but
I wouldn't trust them. Wouldn't trust them at all. The activist Lex Scott, I think her name is, who's done a lot of work with Black Lives Matter. She said, "I'm not down with this at all."
Yeah,
I'm not down with it.
All right, weather, traffic.
A beautiful 5 to 7 days. It looks like Kerry will have a lot of comic book time out on his patio. 80s all the way through, 50s overnight, clear skies. Beautiful weather you have, at least for the next week. Traffic is filling in on city streets and freeways across the Wasatch Front. I-15 corridor has slowdowns northbound in Draper, Sandy, southbound in Kaysville. Crash eastbound 12th Street, 14th West in Ogden. That is off to the right shoulder. Crash southbound Bangor Highway 29th South, Parkway Boulevard in West Valley City. The right lane is closed there. And what do you see? I don't know. You tell me. You text it to us 33986 and I will pass it along. Check out the downtown SLC's Open Streets featuring expanded outdoor dining, live performances, and art happening Thursdays, Fridays, Saturday evenings from 6 to 10 now through October 10th on Main Street, 4th South to South Temple. Learn more at downtownslc.org.
Before we get to boner candidate number 3, Gina, I looked at well, I'll mention it when we do the recap. I'll do that. Let's do it this way. Boner candidate number 3, you were supposed to put it on the pig. 7 teenagers in New Jersey are facing charges in connection with a break-in at a popular New Jersey farm. The teens are accused of breaking into Amba's farm in Wyckoff, New Jersey, and abusing the animals. One girl allegedly rode a miniature donkey and a miniature pony, and a miniature pony was found with lipstick on its face. 2 people were caught trying to steal items from the gift shop as well. They went in there, they abused the animals, and they put lipstick on the miniature pony. You were supposed to put it on the pig. Boner candidate number 3.
Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, off to school with you, you little germ factory. Wisconsin parents knowingly sending COVID-infected kids to school. Boner candidate number 2, we didn't know she was going to die. This is a story of a Native woman, an Indigenous person in the hospital in Canada, and as she lay dying in her hospital bed, she was being abused by hospital staff, verbally abused with racist taunts. I looked into it a little more. She went to the hospital because she had a bad stomach ache and she couldn't get over it. Her husband said she went to the hospital for the stomach ache. She has a history of heart problems, and so she was worried about that.
These people should be fired.
And boner candidate number 3, you were supposed to put it on the pig.
All right, here we go. This is round 1 of your boners. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst. Which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. So pick it, 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should go forward to Bonerdome. Put that number, that single digit, in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Pretty easy. Or you can call the producer's booth at 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or you can go online to x96.com, look for the box that says Boner Voting October 1, 2020, and vote there. You have until the end of these messages. Now remember, this is not Boner of the Day. Coming up at 8:20, we have round 2. We'll do this again with 3 different candidates. Get a winner there. Take both of our winners and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning is when you'll decide Boner of the Day with Boner Fight. This is round 1. You have until the end of these messages. Let's get to voting. Go.
So I saw this story too this morning, and it's did somebody break wind on the news?
It's what is that sound? Is what we're playing.
That's
a game.
So see if it sounds like that to you. This is during an interview with Democratic Representative. How do you say his name?
Swalwell.
Swalwell. He's being interviewed by Chris Matthews on MSNBC, and you've got the audio.
I've got the audio. So we'll start off with Chris, and then he'll talk, and then you'll hear the fart during Eric Swalwell's response.
Who were on the phone listening to the president talk about this swap of dirt for U.S. military aid.
Chris, so far, the evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Okay, one more time.
There we go.
Evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Who were on the...
Now, so the internet, the Twitter, and all of that went crazy. With,
yeah.
So who farted on the? Now they say.
Chris Matthews tweeted out saying that it was a coffee mug scooting across a table.
Which it probably is.
It could be, but it also sounds to me like a wooden stool leg.
Yeah.
Scraping across the floor.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more likely one of those things than a fart.
I thought it was somebody just farting around. Somebody just put that in there. That's what it seemed like to me.
Added it to it?
Yeah.
No.
Well, no, they said that it happened during the broadcast because if you look at Swalwell's face, he kind of grimaces a little.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
What was that?
Well, then it was him. It was Swalwell.
And
that was a Democratic fart.
He said, no, it wasn't me. I don't know where it came from, but it was funny at the time, and that's why I smiled.
Well, let's see. They say the smeller's the feller.
Well, what does it mean, the listener? The listener's the what?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to...
The hearer's
is the bearer?
I don't know.
I thought he who smelt it dealt it.
Well, it doesn't indicate that he smelt it. It indicates that he heard it.
Yeah, so we don't know if he dealt it. Fox smells his own hole first. That's what they say.
Taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
now he pauses a little bit there.
Yeah, just kind of because he's sneaking it. He thought he could sneak it out.
He kind of goes, "Oh, what was that?" Huh?
Although wouldn't he'd sort of have to have a microphone near his.
We don't know if whether it's his or Chris's because they leave Chris's mic on as well.
Oh.
So what Chris is claiming is that it was his coffee mug going across the top of the table.
Okay, then it's Matthews, and you can look at him. He's a farter.
He's a farter.
Yeah, he gets too excited about stuff, and
the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
yeah, that
pause.
That pause is
that tells me he knows it's coming.
The pause is unfortunate.
That tells me he knows something's happening.
What, you mean like he leaned up? Like he tried to one-cheek sneak?
A one-cheek sneak while he's standing up?
Because, you can't fart in those hearing rooms. They're so condensed and all those people.
People would go, God, who did that?
Well, actually, that's the better place to go because there's so many possible...
Wasn't me.
Wasn't
me. Where was I yesterday? I was in a car with some people. And I won't say who, but I kept thinking somebody is stinking this car up, and you don't want to say anything because
you'll embarrass somebody.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
To help him cheat.
Yeah, that was Chris Matthews.
Think it was Matthews?
Yeah.
Ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election.
Yeah, that's an old man fart. That's an old man fart. It's kind of
How
raggedy.
Can you tell?
It's kind of raggedy.
It's not
Yeah, it's not
strong.
full-throated. It's kind of raggedy and almost wet sounding.
Oh,
And here are the rhymes that we were looking for. He who denied it supplied it.
Oh.
The blamer is the claimer.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, people who
All right.
listen to the show. You're smarter than we
Thank you
are.
very much.
Very good.
All right, 7:45. Let's award round one of your boners.
And round one of the boner voting is brought to you in part by a delightful pasta.
And protect your home and family with a security system from Mountain Alarm. Utah's security experts. Visit mountainalarm.com or call 801-395-8700.
Boner candidate number one, off to school with you, you little germ factories. Wisconsin parents knowingly sending their kids to school, back to school, knowing that they have symptoms of coronavirus or even they've been diagnosed with coronavirus. Boner candidate number two, we didn't know she was going to die. Investigations launched after a indigenous woman in Canada died in a hospital. Now, she died while Facebook Live, she was being abused by the hospital. They were yelling at her, yelling insults at her, and she turned on her phone, and it was all captured on Facebook Live as she passed away. And boner candidate number three, you were supposed to put it on the pig, okay? A bunch of kids charged with breaking into a petting zoo and putting lipstick on a pony. No. Darwin won the promise of a boner T-shirt. And the winner, as we might expect, and I hesitate because I knew it would just overwhelm everything, but boner candidate number two, we didn't know she was going to die.
That's your winner of round one. It now goes forward to Boner Fight. It might be Boner of the Day. Round two coming up at 8:20. We'll get three different candidates, get a winner there as well, like we just did here, and take both of those winners and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. You'll decide Boner of the Day at that time with Boner Fight. Mayor Mendenhall is on the phone.
Salt Lake Mayor Aaron Mendenhall, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having a moment for me.
Sure. I don't want to start with unpleasantness, but I don't like the new flag.
Bill. I kind of saw that coming, Bill. We saw that coming with you.
I just had to get it out.
Not enough writing on it.
Yes, that's it. So are we going to go with that design that was published last week? Is that what it is going to be?
The city council is going to vote to approve it or not at their next meeting on Tuesday.
Okay. So let's get to some comments you made about the...
Wait, what about Carrie and Gina? Don't they have an opinion about
exactly?
See, that's
it can't just be Bill.
That's what's interesting about this show. We have a vote against for Bill, a vote for Gina, and a vote of indifference for me.
Come on, Carrie, come decide flag.
You know, I can take a wash. That's
it's
okay.
fine. It's fine.
Yeah, I just wanted it to. I wanted to be a little bolder. That's all. But anyway, so you were talking you quoted in the media this week about Salt Lake possibly having to go back to an orange restriction level because of the pandemic. Talk about that a little bit, if you would.
Right. As you know, the numbers have been rattling throughout the state. Salt Lake City's numbers, although they have increased and are now sort of flattening off again, aren't quite as dramatic an increase as other parts of the state. Utah County is its own bubble of increase that's really beyond what anything we're seeing here. But we want to make sure that as we make those decisions, if we go back to orange or we look at other restrictions, that we're doing it based on the increases that we're seeing. And so much of the increases between 15 and 25-year-olds hanging out and getting together. And I had a perspective shared with me yesterday that was so interesting as a parent with 3 kids, that when school's out, we may be increasing those incidents of kids hanging out without masks. The schools are doing a pretty good job of making them keep the masks on, providing that social context. But anyway, so we want to make sure that as we move forward, we're actually making decisions that effectively get at what the problem is. So we're working with the county health department, and I'm interested in putting a challenge in place for our residents, maybe a 1-week or 10-day challenge, knowing exactly what we're aiming for, so that everyone could be looking at the county health department's website, for example, and know if we don't reach this goal, we're going to have to make that request to shift back to orange.
But you can't do that just yourself by caveat. You have to get permission to do it, don't you?
Yeah, every mayor, even county mayors, have to ask the governor to make that shift for us.
Yeah.
And that's thanks to the state legislature.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because...
But I like the idea of using the carrot of, you don't want to go back to orange, do you? Let's all make a big push right now so we don't... That's an excellent idea.
Well, parents, we've got to step up as parents in making sure that our kids, our teenagers, are wearing masks. If they're hanging out with friends, they've got to be wearing masks. And we're also seeing that those older age groups that are getting it's the contact from younger people bringing it home.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll admit I am this mom where I talk to my daughter about, she knows friends that are getting together in groups, and I'll tell her, I said, I don't care if you're mad at me or not. I'm surprised those parents are letting those kids get together, and I'm not letting you do it.
Try and stop me. That's my kids. Try and stop me. Yeah. Here's a suggestion. Maybe we could get the kids to wear masks if we have them sign a pledge, and then they can be entered in a drawing to win prizes.
Maybe Nancy Reagan could help.
Sorry, I'm being sarcastic. I shouldn't. Let's talk a little quickly about the cleanup of the wind damage. It's a massive effort. You know, I live very close to the 2nd South corridor from like 13th East down to 9th East, and it's still just a thicket of dried trees and limbs and everything. It's hard job to do. How's it going?
It's going really well, and we have not only the county but a number of other cities who've come out to help us, and it's these public works crews coming through. They're coming, Bill. They're coming to your street, and they'll probably come back again because people, continue to take the trees out of their backyards. But they're moving many thousands of tons of storm debris every day. They're working, I think collectively they've worked 20,000 hours so far. They're working 6 days a week. And we've got just thousands of hours of people every week coming out to move this. It's an incredible amount, though. If you can imagine what they've moved just up till yesterday is equivalent to almost 180,000 normal garbage pickups. So we have, just over 200,000 residents here. Less than half of that of households. This is it's an incredible amount of stuff. But I'll tell you one cool thing. Some of the indigenous people nations throughout the state of Utah, we've been able to connect with some of them to do wood drives and bring the wood out to the reservations who rely on it.
I heard that. That's a great idea. Let me ask quickly. There's a. It looks like Liberty Park is pretty well cleaned up, but there's one I noticed yesterday on the 7th East side, down toward 13th South. There's still one huge tree there that's over. You can see the roots and everything, and it, in an odd way, it looks kind of cool. I don't know what
we should leave it for public art.
Yeah. I mean, I almost think there's a reminder of what happened and when,
What, like put a plaque
Yeah.
up there or something?
Yeah, I mean that's not feasible, really. I'm sure, but I looked at it and I just went, oh yeah, that was really a bad storm. It was
Every
amazing.
time, and every time, I'm sure you saw this too. Every time I've been over there, people are standing on top of it to get their picture taken.
Yeah,
It is a symbol of
Yeah.
what's happened in a big way, literally and figuratively. I'll pass that on to the Arts Council folks and see if they can wrangle the tree to stay there.
Yeah, I don't think that's probably not feasible. But
Now, someone texted in, but this got me thinking, and they're texting, and I'm sure it's a joke. Any free firewood I can come pick up? And I got thinking, well, hey, why couldn't we do that?
Well, she was just saying they're giving a lot of it to the native people on the reservations around the state. So,
Right, and there is a tricky part with public assets. So trees that are in park strips or in the parks are owned by all of us in that sense. And so disposing of it there's like some funny legal paths. I shouldn't say funny and legal together, but there's some tricky parts for us. But I would be shocked if people didn't have neighbors, at least, who've had trees come down who are hauling them out. Half of the trees we lost are private trees.
Mm-hmm.
So by that measure, half of the wood that's coming out to the curb is private. And if your neighbor's throwing it away, definitely please find a way to use it.
Yeah,
but just not in our air shed when our air is bad.
Yeah, I know my neighbor probably, it was a public tree because it was on the park strip and it was huge. But then I saw various private vehicles coming along and taking away the sawed up, limbs of that tree. So I'm pretty sure my neighbor just got all of his, friends and stuff to come and, you want some firewood? Here it is. So, all right.
Yeah, if you've got a chainsaw, this is good times for you.
Yeah. Mayor Mendenhall, thanks for talking with us as always, and I'm eagerly looking forward to the decision on Tuesday night of the Council of the new Salt Lake flag.
Lobby your councilman, Bill.
Yeah.
Yeah, I expect to hear you at the public hearing. Thanks for having me today.
We'll see you later.
I'm pro-flag.
All right. Thank you very much. Talk to you next time. Traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, we've got a vehicle fire eastbound 201 freeway at 9th West exit ramp. Cars are on the right shoulder, but emergency has closed the ramp and closed the right lane of main flow traffic headed toward I-15, so that's a pretty major issue there. We've also got a crash southbound Bangor Highway 29th South, that's Parkway Boulevard, and a crash northbound I-15 milepost 304, that's 27th South in South Salt Lake. And what do you see? Well, tell us. Text it to us, 33986. Scott Hale is offering a furnace tune-up with a free airflow test for only $39. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
All right, Sean Means reviewing movies. After these, stand by for that. First, a message from the state of Utah Renter Relief.
Utah's got a lot of money right now that they can help out if you have been impacted by COVID-19 and you've been unable to pay your rent or that's coming up and you won't be able to pay your rent or your utilities. You can get help with rent, utilities, and security deposits, overdue rent, and late fees up to $2,000 a month. All you have to do is go to rentrelief.utah.gov. Eligible applicants can get help with all of that. The program runs until December 30th of this year, and then once that, I don't know if it'll be renewed, but there's a lot of money there right now, and it needs to be used. And I just wish everybody could, I have the feeling that a lot of people don't know about it. So maybe you know someone, maybe it's not you, but you know someone who needs that kind of help. Tell them to go to rentrelief.utah.gov.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we find our elders tracting on the ice planet Hoth. Oh, man, it's cold out here. Why is it so cold?
It's an ice planet, Lehigh. What do you expect?
Well, I'm sure glad my mom sent me these mittens.
And Zone Leader Hansen has sent us to some pretty dismal places before, but this has got to be the worst. I hope that this Wampa fella lets us in and offers us some piping hot postum.
You know, these tauntaun thingies smell funny, and they're just not very comfortable to ride. I wish our hyperbikes hadn't frozen up. Let's see, third cave on the left, just past the second snowdrift. Yep, this must be it. Hello? Hello, Mr. Wampa?
I don't suppose his first name is Willie, do you? See, Willie Wampa. What? Wait, hello, anybody home? Hey, pal, that's my ride home you're having for lunch.
You must be Mr. Wampa. Hi, I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is my companion, Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
Look out, Butch! Oh, man, he knocked you down. That's going to leave a mark. Excuse me, Mr. Wampa, all we want is just a couple minutes of your time. Oh!
Oh, man. Where am I? Oh, heck. Hey, Lehigh, wake up.
Oh.
Wake up.
Oh, what in the flip?
This is just great. Here we are, hanging upside down, stuck to the roof of a Wampa cave, our feet frozen in what appears to be Wampa spit, while my ride home gets eaten by Mr. Wampa out there.
Yuck, I don't think this Wampa spit's ever going to come off my wingtips. Hey, there's somebody stuck to the ceiling behind you.
Huh? Hey, it's that farm boy from Tatooine. Hey, Luke! Luke, wake up!
Huh? Ben?
No, not Ben, it's me, Butch. I don't suppose you got a plan to get us out of here, do you?
If I could just reach for my lightsaber. There. Ah, so much for the element of surprise.
Hey, look, your dad, Darth Vader, cut off Lehigh's arm with one of those things. Cut him some slack.
Will Butch and Lehigh ever escape from Wampa Cave? Will Luke cut Lehigh's arm off just for the fun of it? Will our elders ever get the Wampa spit off of their wingtips? Tune in next time to hear Lehigh say... Oh, thanks, Luke. For a minute there, I figured we was Wampa Chow.
Luke.
Ben?
Luke.
Ben, is that you?
You will go to the Dagobah system.
Mr. Kenobi? Dagobah? I've never even heard of it.
It's a swamp planet. You're not missing much.
You must seek out Yoda and continue your training.
But I've already been to the MTC. Ben? Yoda? Dagobah?
Mr. Kenobi, are you sure? I mean, we've already been to Dagobah.
Hold on. I've got some problems here. Luke, you go to Dagobah and seek Yoda. Butch, Lehigh, you go thaw out your hyperbikes and continue tracting. I should have gotten Jedi call waiting.
On the next bone-chilling episode of Space Elder!
Bravo! That was amazing.
Even.
All right. Is this sponsored, Gina?
Oh yes. Are you not entertained? I am. Very entertained. Hastur Games has a huge inventory of great board games, Magic, and more. Hastur Games, 6831 South State, and HasturGames.com. Call ahead for curbside service.
Okay, here we go. Sean Means on the phone.
Sean Means, who reviews movies for the Salt Lake Tribune, and he does culture writing for the Salt Lake Tribune. You can always read his stuff at sltrib.com. But if you want to find it kind of collected and curated for you, it's moviecricket.net. Hi, Sean.
Hello.
What do we got today?
Sean, I'm looking at your list, and I heard about this first one, Dick Johnson is Dead, and I love the premise.
Right. This is one of the best documentaries that came out of Sundance this year. Dick Johnson is Dead. Kirsten Johnson's a famous documentary filmmaker. Her dad was a Seattle psychiatrist. He's aging. He's in early stages of Alzheimer's, and so she's dealing with moving him from Seattle to New York, where she lives. So, and dealing with the final years of his life. And the way she decided to try to figure it out was getting him involved in a project where they would film versions of his death. From various accidents. The first one in the movie, he's walking down the street and he gets hit in the head with a falling air conditioner. So it's talking about. So he's trying to deal with the idea that he's not going to be here forever, just like any of the rest of us are not going to be here forever.
What?
And hate to break it to you, Bill. But the one thing all of us are going to do at one point or another is die. And this movie sort of faces that head on. And so in between the real documentary segments of them dealing with new life, the way they're handling their new life and handling his aging and the fact that he will be dying sooner rather than later, they stage these accidents. They stage a funeral for him, and they stage what his view of heaven would be like with him getting to be there and see it all. So it is really delightful, and it winds up being sort of this celebration of life and family. So it's really beautiful. It's on Netflix starting tomorrow. It's called Dick Johnson is Dead, 3.5 stars.
Okay.
And then the other, I guess you could call it an artsy, is called Possessor. It is being billed as Possessor Uncut, even though I can't figure out anywhere it was screening where it was cut. It could be because it's bloody as all hell and there's lots of sex scenes and stuff. But this is Brandon Cronenberg, who is the son of David Cronenberg. This is his second movie, and boy, did that razor-filled apple not fall far from the twisted tree. This is sort of gotten an Inception vibe to it. You have a assassin who's involved in this shadowy organization that what they do is they stick her mind inside another person, and then use that other person to get infiltrate somewhere and kill somebody, and then they pull the mind out right when the cops show up. So the other person is the patsy, or kills themselves or whatever. And so you see this happen in the first segment of the movie, how it works, and then you get them on what could be this one assassin's biggest job, and she has to infiltrate in a tech company through one of the boyfriend of the daughter of the person who runs it, and things go haywire when she does.
All right.
Sounds kind of cool.
Great, pretty cool. Very, very trippy visuals and great performances by Andrea Riseborough and Christopher Abbott. And she's the assassin, and he's the one whose body she takes over. Very cool. Like I said, very bloody. Very, very much for grown-ups. 3.5 stars. It's playing at some of the megaplexes. So, all right. And it's called Possessor.
Okay.
Now, quickly in the fartsies, there's Save Yourselves, which was also at Sundance, pretty funny. A couple, Brooklyn hipster couple, decides they need to get away from their screens and everything for a week, so they go up to a cabin in the woods. And darn the luck, as soon as they do this, the aliens invade.
Happens.
And
Darn it.
they have to figure out what to do. It's pretty funny. It's playing at the Megaplexes, and it's 3 stars. That's called Save Yourselves. So now you also have The Glorias. This is a biography of Gloria Steinem, and it covers everything. It covers like from childhood to 4 years ago. I mean, it covers like 80 years of her life, or 75, 80 years of her life. And of course, she's still 80, or she's 86, and she's still going strong. The cool part here is that instead of trying to, they get 4 different actors to play Gloria at different parts of her life, as a little girl, as a teen, as a young woman played by Alicia Vikander, and then as an older woman played by Julianne Moore.
Perfect. She just puts the glasses on, and that's
she's
Gloria
there, yeah.
Steinem.
Pretty much she's there. Pretty much she's right there. And it's very much a straight biopic in that. But aside from that, and there's this great sort of framing device of this Greyhound bus that all four of the Glorias are on, and so sometimes you get like the younger one talking to the older one, sort of like, did you imparting wisdom back and forth. But otherwise, it's a pretty straightforward biopic, and it's like 2.5 hours long. You wish it was a little bit tighter, but it's still it's worthwhile, and it's 3 stars.
And where is that? Where can you see that?
That's on Amazon Prime.
Okay.
And actually, as of yesterday, so you can watch it right this minute if you care to.
There you go.
And then last one. This is on VOD on Tuesday, and it's in some theaters in the country tomorrow. I don't know if any of them are in Utah, but it will be on VOD streaming on Tuesday. It's called Spontaneous. This is a horror comedy based on a YA novel, and typical high school in New Jersey. And suddenly one day, one of the students explodes.
Literally?
Just like blood on all the walls, and someone says like a bomb. It says no, more like a balloon. And it freaks everybody out. People try to figure out what's going on. And in the midst of this, the girl who was sitting right behind her starts a romance with another boy in class who decided life is short. I might as well tell her I have a crush on her. And as more students start to pop, things get weirder. And it's interesting that this notion of like these teens spontaneously exploding becomes a metaphor first for sort of random you get a page in the yearbook kind of tragedy to like teen suicide, to like school shootings, and it gets a little weird in places. But the best part of it all is that the main girl in the movie is played by Catherine Langford. And if you're not on the Catherine Langford bandwagon, you should be. I never saw 13 Reasons Why. She was one of the leads in that. But she was great in Love, Simon. She was great in Knives Out. Also got this. She's also got this series on Netflix called Cursed, where she's the lady in the lake or something. And she's just amazing in this. And she's great to watch in any event. And there's this great sort of sardonic, sarcastic humor to this movie. It reminded me a little bit of Heathers in that way. And she's great, and it's really funny. So, and if you're into sort of bloody horror comedy,
who isn't?
Yeah, exactly. It's called Spontaneous. It'll be on VOD starting on Tuesday, and it's 3.5 stars.
3.5. Wow. Okay.
Man,
yep.
There you go,
a
Sean.
lot of good stuff.
Lots of things to consume. Nice.
There's
All right,
like a
Sean.
dozen movies. There's like a dozen movies listed in various forms, and I couldn't get to all of them, of course. So.
It's
Thank you. We'll talk to you next week, okay?
All righty.
Thank you very much. All right. Traffic, Gina, please.
Big delays from the I-215 West Belt to 9th West. This is due to that vehicle fire. Emergencies closed the ramp and the right lane. Main flow of traffic headed toward I-15 on eastbound 201 freeway. So big delays through that area. You want to avoid that. That's the only major delay we have. Let me check our message stream, see if friends of the program. Yeah, they're backed up in that same thing. They say backed up to 72nd West. So avoid that area. And if you see something you want to share, text it to us 33986, and I will pass it along to friends of the program. Protect your home and family with a security system from Mountain Alarm. Utah's security experts. Visit mountainalarm.com or call 801-395-8700.
All right.
Here are your boner candidates for round 2. Boner candidate number 1, he deserved it, and that's the news. Boner candidate number 2, so much more effective than a mandate. And number 3, doing the Lord's work.
All right, boners round 2, big boy news, all coming up after these. Stand by for that. And now a message from the state of Utah about voting.
Yeah, get registered. That's the big message about voting. Get registered. And it's easy peasy to do it. You just go to vote.utah.gov, and everything is there. It's simple.
A lot of people think that it might be too late. It's not.
No. You've got until... I hesitate to tell you how long you have because I don't want you to put it off.
Yeah,
but,
do it today.
Yeah, but you can vote by mail, or you can vote in person. Remember that. If you feel better about voting in person, there is a way to do that, and you can go to find your voting places by going to vote.utah.gov. But once you're registered, there's all kinds of information for you there, and also it gives you directions on how to track your ballot. So once you've mailed it in or voted in person, you can kind of follow the process along with the website. So go to vote.utah.gov.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lonely confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of 2 such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the entire galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders!
Today, we join our missionaries as they land on a remote planet called Triskelion.
Hey, Lehi, ever wonder where Zone Leader Hansen finds planets no one has ever heard of to send us to?
Well, I'm sure these folks just call the 1-800 Subspace Channel and request visits by missionaries.
Well, we've been on Triskelion for over a minute now, and no one's made an attempt on our lives. I'd say so far so good.
Well, these are the agreed-upon coordinates. We were supposed to wait here for them to contact us.
What the flip?
Hey, where are we now?
You are in a cavern miles below the surface of Triskelion.
Looky, Butch, disembodied brains. Who are you guys?
We are the providers. 200 quatloos for the tall one. 300 quatloos for the tall one.
Excuse me, providers. I'm Lehi Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
500 quatloos for Elder Jensen.
As I was saying, we represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
600 quatloos for Elder Jensen.
We was wondering if you had heard of our church and if you'd like to hear more.
700 quatloos for Elder Jensen, and I'll let you have the fat one for free.
Hey, wait just a minute. Missionaries come in pairs. You can't split us up. We are a package deal.
Okay. 800 quatloos for both of the Mormons. That's my final offer.
Did we just get sold to that glowing brain under the glass doodad over there?
That's what it sounded like. We'd better get to the bottom of this.
Excuse me. It's me over here, Lehi.
You know, the fat one.
But you're not helping.
Sorry.
If you brains are done talking amongst yourselves, we'd just like to talk to you about joining our faith.
Silence! You are now a drill thrall. You will fight in the arena for our amusement until you are dead.
I don't like the looks of this.
Come on, don't be such a wussy. We have these big stick thingies to defend ourselves with, and our opponent is a scantily clad woman with big breasts. Come on, lady, take your best shot. Ow! Hey, I wasn't ready. Try that again, I dare you. Ow!
Hey, that's gonna leave a mark. Hey, provider guys, care to make a new wager?
300 quatloos on the missionaries. 400 quatloos on the scantily clad woman with big breasts.
How would you like to wager your eternal souls?
Make this good, or we will teleport you onto the surface of Triskelion's sun.
Okay, here's the deal. If we win, we get to go free, and you donate 1,000 quatlus to the LDS Church Missionary Program. We lose, and we will remain drill thralls and fight for your amusement.
I don't know. That's a lot of quatlus.
What, you chicken?
You have a wager. You two against all of the other drill thralls.
Oh, well, it was nice knowing you, Lehigh.
Don't sweat it, Butch. I got a plan. Is this the end of Butch and Lehigh? Will they spend the rest of their very short lives as drill thralls? Can quatlus be used to pay tithing? How exactly would you baptize a disembodied brain anyway? Tune in next time to hear Lehigh say, "Put down your stick, Butch, and follow my lead."
Oh, but we couldn't take a prissy girl thrall, and you think we can take on all them without weapons?
Trust me. Excuse me, drill thralls. I'm Elder Christiansen of the LDS Church. My companion, Elder Jensen,
Hi.
and I were wondering if you'd like to learn more about the Mormon Church.
Hey, where's everybody going?
Foul! You cheated! I demand a rematch!
On the next eye-gouging episode of Space Elders.
Okay, 8:21 right now. Let's get to round 2 of your boner voting. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your votes of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. Because you see, if it wins here, it's not boner of the day yet. It'll have to go up against the winner of round 1's voting, which we did an hour ago. Where were you? We'll take both of those winners and put them against each other. At 9:20 this morning is when you'll decide boner of the day with Boner Fight. Okay? Right now you're picking the champion for round 2. Here we go. 2 candidates right now. A third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you'll vote. And one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
You will receive it. You won't have to wait. We'll send it to you right away. It's an email. Electronic gift card.
An email?
It's an emailed electronic gift card from Diversion Eatery. Go to diversioneatery.com.
Here's boner candidate number 1. He deserved it. And that's the news. A South Carolina TV news anchor has smashed a beer bottle over a man's head during a heated spat about politics.
Wow.
Cammie Jo Rosler, a 28-year-old morning news anchor in Columbia, South Carolina, got into an argument with the 32-year-old victim while sitting outside in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. "We had a few people that were there, and 2 of them began arguing," said police spokesman Sam Clemens. "They know each other. They're not in any type of relationship." The victim said it was some type of political argument. The news anchor, the young woman, Ms. Rosler from Colton, South Dakota, the victim, rather, refused medical attention, but Ms. Rosler had allegedly grabbed a beer bottle and swung it and just clobbered him over the head with the beer bottle.
Wow.
It looked like he was going to need some stitches after the assault, although he refused attention. Ms. Rosler, the morning news anchor, joined the station last September. It says here she's originally from North Dakota, so that may explain something. She's been with the station since last September. The station's news director has declined to comment on the whole situation. Boner candidate number 1, he deserved it, and that's the news. Boner candidate number 2, so much more effective than a mandate. As the lovely Utah Valley sees a spike in cases of COVID-19, Provo City is teaming up with college students in an effort to slow the spread. The Join the Masquerade campaign is an initiative designed by college students to connect with college students. I always say I'm not a cool mom. My kids tell me, "Stop talking about masks, Mom," said Provo Mayor Michelle Kafusi. People don't want to hear me, their elected leader. The students want to hear from their peers. The campaign is being led by Brigham Young University's Y Digital Agency. "We think this will speak a very different language to people who have been told to wear a mask or else. We're going to change that. Wear a mask and we'll reward you," said Adam Durfee with Y Digital.
How about you're rewarded with your grandparents not dying? How about that's your reward?
People will be encouraged to go to the Join the Masquerade website and pledge to wear a face covering in public. Those who sign the pledge will be entered to win weekly prizes, including gift cards and cash. "Our goal is to see a decline," said Mayor Kafusi. To drum up interest in the campaign, Kafusi and others spent Wednesday evening placing masks on trees and various landmarks around the city.
How about that, Bill? I'm going to give you a gift card if you promise not to drink and drive. I'm going to reward you with this free T-shirt if you promise not to drink. And would that work?
Gina, I wish you hadn't used that example. I don't drink and drive. I don't want people to think I do.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to direct. I'm directing that.
Try it with seatbelts. Try it with seatbelts.
Seatbelts.
Okay, I'm down with that. Okay. Yes.
I'll give you a free T-shirt. This is click it or ticket. How about that, huh?
What? Yeah. What kind of gift card though? Yeah, come on, people, grow the hug up. Boner candidate number 2. This is so much more effective than a mandate. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3, doing the Lord's work.
All right, boner candidate number 3 for round 2, coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by...
Protect your home and family with a security system from Mountain Alarm. Utah's security experts. Visit mountainalarm.com or call 801-395-8700.
Thank you.
LeBron James, I guess he deserves to be able to do this. He just bought a Beverly Hills mansion. He's playing for the Lakers now. $36 million. Man. The previous owner, soap opera royalty, Lee Philip Bell, who co-created 2 of the most iconic soaps in history, The Bold and the Beautiful and The Young and the Restless.
Oh, okay.
She passed away earlier this year at the age of 91. Her estate put the 2.5-acre property on the market to see if any rich people wanted it, asking $39 million. The listing was held by Richard Hilton and Jeff Hyland, of Hilton and Hyland. LeBron, who already owns 2 massive properties in Brentwood, said, "Yeah, I think I'll take that one too."
So why do you need 3 massive properties?
I think it's probably this is investment. This is investment property.
Could be. I mean, he's doing a lot of showbiz stuff too, so he's getting money for that.
He made roughly $37 million this season just from his NBA contract with the Lakers alone, so he can afford it. The place is apparently just insane. The main home is 9,100 square feet. The property comes with 2 guest houses. It's got a screening room, so that'll be good for LeBron with his big Warner Brothers deal, along with a swimming pool, a tennis court, a motor court, fountains, and one of the most incredible views of the entire city of Los Angeles.
What's a motor court?
I think that's just where you can park a lot of cars.
Yeah.
Like outside. Oh, it's not a garage.
Yeah.
Okay.
He won't be able to move in just yet, though, because he's in the bubble in Orlando. But he's looking forward to it.
He's doing what we're all doing in our bubbles, is shopping online. That's what he's scrolling through.
Well, there was a Groupon, so
let's see. Dr. Anthony Fauci, the leading U.S. official on infectious diseases, hit back at President Trump yesterday for what he called the misrepresentation of his stance on using masks to curb the coronavirus. In the presidential debate on Tuesday, Mr. Trump claimed that Dr. Fauci initially said masks are no good, they're not good, and then he changed his mind. And then former Vice President Joe Biden said wearing masks could save tens of thousands of lives, and Trump said, no, don't. Dr. Fauci said just the opposite. Dr. Fauci says anyone who has been listening to me over the past several months knows that a conversation does not go by where I do not strongly recommend that people wear masks, he said. Dr. Fauci explained that very early on in the pandemic, authorities didn't recommend masks to the general public because they were worried about shortages and about hoarding. But that changed, he said, as it became clear that asymptomatic transmission was spreading the virus and that masks would help stop that. I have always been on the airwaves, on the radio, on TV, begging people to wear masks, and I keep talking in the context of wear a mask, keep physical distance, avoid crowds, wash your hands, do things more outdoors versus indoors. So
Wrong.
I think Donald Trump cannot fire Dr. Fauci. I was going to say I don't know why he's still.
He's just not invited to speak at things anymore.
He can't fire him because it would look so horrible.
It would look terrible because Fauci is very popular, and people would really be outraged if he were to do that. So instead, you just marginalize him. That's all you have to do.
Yeah, or just not let him appear in any of the White House press briefings anymore.
Which has happened. Yeah.
Yeah, a new study shows that Donald Trump is the largest driver of what they're calling the infodemic. Cornell University analyzed 38 million articles about the pandemic in English language media, and mentions of Trump made up nearly 38% of the overall misinformation conversation, making the president the largest driver of what they're calling the infodemic, falsehoods involving the pandemic. The study, released today, is the first comprehensive examination of coronavirus misinformation in traditional and online media.
Can't let that happen to me.
Tuesday night's off-the-rails first presidential debate between President Trump and Biden, and among the observers was former Utah Congressman and Fox pundit Jason Chaffetz. He says he believes the debate turned off a lot of people, especially those few Americans who are undecided at this point. I think the debate was sort of a reflection of America, said Chaffetz. We're all talking past each other and telling each other to shut up, and I think that's kind of disappointing. Chaffetz, of course, a Trump supporter, says he believes the president came out of the event as the victor, but he knows there are observers on the left who believe the opposite. As a conservative who is very impressed with Donald Trump's track record, I think Joe Biden showed a lack of vision and excitement and enthusiasm and fresh ideas. But if you hate Donald Trump, I'm sure you thought he did just fine, he said.
Well, Jason, I couldn't hear Biden's fresh ideas because Trump kept talking. And secondly, Jason, your guy refused to denounce white supremacy. That was the one time he stuttered. All right? So shut up.
Here's a useless headline and story. Senator Mitt Romney meets with Supreme Court nominee Amy Coney Barrett.
Yeah.
So?
Yeah, we know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where's this? Why is that even a story? Why? I just don't get that. This is kind of interesting. I haven't been looking at the Drudge Report for a long time, but I started recently looking at it again.
Why would you? Yeah.
Well, because and I used to look at it fairly often. The Drudge Report just aggregates a lot of stories, a lot of news stories, and it will send you to a lot of various sites. But I noticed this. I started using it again because it popped up, and I started looking at it as that. But the Drudge Report no longer supports President Trump.
Really?
It had been, Matt Drudge had been a big supporter. He says a large measure of why Trump is the nominee. Carl Bernstein said a large part of the reason Trump got nominated the first time was because Matt Drudge supported him and was able to get his message out. Well, he's stopped. He has stopped supporting Trump. He has stopped pushing. He didn't pull any punches after the debate yesterday. And I saw this on the site. It said, chaos reigns in hell debate. Undecided voters describe president as crackhead and arrogant.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's where Matt Drudge is influential, or where he puts little headlines like that. Then you click on them, and it'll send you to other stories. But it leaves you no doubt as to where Matt Drudge stands on things. Yeah, and he's off the Trump bandwagon for sure.
Interesting.
Yeah. And finally, this story: 4 Arkansas men, and this is a place called Dumbass, Arkansas.
That's not real, is it?
No, it's probably Dumas.
Dumas.
D-U-M-A-S.
But if it's Arkansas, my guess is it's Dumbass.
So 4
and it's
Dumbass.
not Arkansas. It's Arkansas.
Arkansas.
It's Arkansas. Dumbass.
4 Dumbass Arkansas men went hunting on Lake Marisac this weekend, and they got a big surprise. The longest alligator in Arkansas history.
Wow.
Mr. Travis said the alligator measured at 13 feet, 11 and a half inches, and weighed 800 pounds. And he's no longer a living alligator. He is the longest alligator harvested since Arkansas has had an alligator season. We don't really have an official state record, but we keep data on length, and this one is indeed the longest. Can you imagine a 13-foot, almost 14-foot long alligator?
They're going to turn it into a sofa.
800 pounds. Or a really, really big pair of boots. All right, that's
Sports weather traffic.
Well, LeBron bought that new house, and maybe he's celebrating his win last night, 116-98 over the Miami Heat. That is probably how that whole series is going to go. Next game tomorrow at 7 p.m.
What's the record? I mean, what are they're 2-0? Is that what it is?
No.
The Lakers and
1-0.
the Heat?
That was the first game. That was just.
Well, it's just the first game. Then how do you know they're going to sweep them like that?
Because they're the Lakers.
She's the sports desk, Bill.
Okay.
Major League Baseball, 8 playoff games yesterday. They're just cramming everything in as fast as you can. So if you're a baseball fan, you got a whole bunch of baseball yesterday. And Bill was saying earlier about the NFL games. So because last week the Titans and Vikings, after that game, several players and personnel tested positive for COVID-19. So not only are those 2 teams affected, that means the Titans-Steelers game that was supposed to happen this week is being postponed as well. So it's the COVID domino effect in effect. Weather, just lovely for the next 5 to 7 days. Highs in the low 80s, lows in the 50s, sunny skies, and we have clear air, better air than we've had. So plenty of porch comic book time for Carrie. We heard from a friend of the program, Cement Dave, who apparently, I thought he was joking, but apparently he found some prosthetic legs in the road.
Really?
Yeah.
He said they now occupy the bed of my truck. If anyone knows someone hopping mad about losing a prosthetic limb, please contact Cement Dave.
Is it just one? Or?
He says limbs too, so I don't know. If you are missing some, I guess text us and maybe we can get you in contact with him. Traffic, huge delays in Salt Lake Valley. Crash on eastbound 201 freeway. 5600 West has the right lane blocked and traffic back to 72nd West. Then a vehicle fire has closed 9th West exit ramp on the 201 with traffic back to the Bangor Highway. Another crash on I-15 northbound approaching the I-80 split. All of that adding to your traffic delays this morning. If you see something, please text it to us. 33986. Scott Hale is offering a furnace tune-up with a free airflow test for only $39. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
Boner candidate number 3, doing the Lord's work. If you witness a crime, you should report it. And please do. And fortunately, somebody did eventually report this one. It's a child abuse investigation involving a pastor in central Arkansas, again, interestingly enough, and it's led to drug charges after police discovered he was using meth at the church with his parishioners. Lloyd Eddie Lasker, charged with possession of a controlled substance, possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of a gun by a convicted felon after police found him at a gas station with meth and the gun. Mr. Mayflower, Mayflower is a town of less than 2,000 people, about 30 miles north of Little Rock. I don't know why that's in there. But police were called to the church because somebody said, we saw a kid there, and he doesn't look well. They found an emaciated 21-month-old child with bruises. His mother and Lasker were at the church. The child is now is in the hospital. And Mr. Lasker is being charged not only with those drug charges, but with abuse of the child. And he's the pastor of the church. The pastor of this church. Boner candidate number 3. He's doing the Lord's work.
All right, let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, he deserved it, and that's the news. It's a story of a news anchor who broke a beer bottle on a man's head during a political argument. Boner candidate number 2, so much more effective than a mandate. It's a campaign in Utah Valley to promote mask wearing. You sign a pledge to wear a mask, and you'll get entered to win a gift card. And Boner candidate number 3, doing the Lord's work.
Okay, here we go. This is round 2 of your boner voting. You've got to decide, of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it goes up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. We'll take them both and we'll put them against each other. You'll decide boner of the day for real at 9:20 this morning. That's when boner fight happens, and that's when that goes down. So right now, you got to pick a champion for round 2 to send forward to go up against the winner of round 1. So here we go. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win this round, and put that number in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. It's one way to vote. You can go online, x96.com, look for the box that says boner voting, October 1, 2020. That's another way to vote. Or you can call the producer's booth at 877-602-9696. All ways to vote for round 2. Do it now. You'll have until the end of these messages. Let's go, round 2. And now I've got to talk to you about New Dwello Homes.
So let's say you're going to buy a house. You got to come up with a down payment, right? Well, how would you like to get some extra money for that? Right now, you can get up to $15,312, or 3.5% of the purchase price to buy a home. How do you do that? How do you get that down payment assistance? Well, you can find out if you text the word money to 62687. That's money, M-O-N-E-Y, to 62687. You don't have to be a first-time home buyer. You got to have a pretty good credit score, 620 or higher, and you have to show that you are stable by proving that you've been in school or you've been at the same job for at least 2 years. So text the word money to 62687. New Dwello will text you the requirements for the program. You could get up to $15,312, or 3.5% of the purchase price to buy a new home. Money, 62687.
How did you woo, or how were you wooed by your current spouse? How did you know they were, quote, the one? Thank you for considering my question.
It was the neoprene bustier. That's how I knew.
You should tell people about them. Don't just say that.
That's how I knew she was the one. It was the it was the neoprene bustier she was wearing. I went, yeah, she's the one. Yeah, that's the one right there.
We were at a live studio audience up at the Einstein's Bagels in Olympus Cove.
Mm-hmm.
And she was there with her friends. I have to credit Artie Fufkin, actually.
Really?
Because I sat there, and Artie overheard me, and I was like, yeah, I want to go and ask her out, but I just... And what was great is that she just didn't care. She was having none of it. She was tired. She was dragged there by her friends. She didn't care. And Artie said, well, you know what you do. You pass her a note.
Like in school.
Like in school. Yeah. That's immediately what I said. What, like in school? He goes, yeah, pass her a note. And I did pass her the note. This is I know this is weird, but, if you wouldn't mind, get coffee later.
Check this box,
yes or no. She still has the note.
Really?
Yeah. And it kind of went from there.
I was single at the time, and Mary Claire, my mother, said, "Well, are you dating anybody?" "No, I'm not dating." "Well, are you? Are you talking to anybody?" And I said, "Well, I've kind of been emailing with this guy from college
for a year."
And she said, "Joe Jones?" She totally plucked his name out of the air, and I said, "How did you know?" And she said, "'Cause he was the best looking guy you went to school with." So Mary Claire knew he was the one before we ever went out on a date. We went out on a date, and we were married 3 months later. It was, I guess you could say, it was a year of wooing via email.
It took 3 months for his divorce to be final, right?
That's another story.
Okay, it's award round 2 of your boners.
And it's brought to you in part by a tall, cool glass of water.
Ah, so refreshing.
Yes.
And Thursday is family night at Diversion Eatery. Get a 16-inch pizza, 10 wings, and a big green salad, all for just $25 with the promo code FAMILYDEAL, located at 535 North 3rd West and online at diversioneatery.com.
Boner candidate number 1, he deserved it. And that's the news. A young woman, a female anchor at a station in South Carolina, hitting a man over the head with a beer bottle during an argument about politics. Boner candidate number 2, so much more effective than a mandate. It's the Masquerade campaign in Provo to promote mask wearing amongst the young folk. Get a keychain. We're going to give you prizes. We got keychains.
Well, we got plenty of these leftover purity rings. We'll give you those.
And boner candidate number 3, doing the Lord's work. A pastor at a church. What a great pastor, huh? Doing meth and performing an exorcism on a young kid, and the kid was found to be neglected and bruised. Stewie won a gift card, and the winner was boner candidate number 3, doing the Lord's work.
Well, there you go. That's your winner. Round 2 now goes forward to Boner Fight. It might be Boner of the Day. Depends on how well it does against the winner of Round 1. We'll find out at 9:20 when we take both of these champions and put them into Boner Dome. That's when Boner Fight happens, and that's when you decide Boner of the Day.
I told you I went to, it was kind of coincidental. I went to have a medical procedure yesterday, and it's just a blood draw, really. And
yeah, that sounded more serious. When you said medical procedure, I asked you off the
well,
like, what'd you have? And like a blood draw. I'm like, well, that's not.
When I was talking about it earlier, I was trying to make it as vague as possible because I don't want to get anybody in trouble. But while I was there at this doctor's office, this clinic, the woman who checked me in saw the tattoo I have here on my wrist, the inside of my arm, the B tattoo. She said, "Oh, I like that tattoo. That's a really nice tattoo. I'm getting a B tattoo myself in a few weeks. I've got it scheduled, and I've got the design and everything." And I thought, "Oh, that's nice. Thank you." I said, "Thank you, and good luck." And then when I went back to have the blood draw, the person who did that said, "Oh, you know what? I love that tattoo. I keep bees. I have 12 beehives. And I just thought that was an odd coincidence that two people in the same facility would notice the tattoo. Most people don't ever comment on it.
You know, that doesn't happen with your dragon tattoo, where people go, "Oh, you know, I keep dragons. I have 12 dragon hives."
It doesn't. Or my Buddha tattoo. I keep 12. I have 12 Buddhas. Doesn't happen with that either, Gina.
No?
You've nailed something there.
Do you know what I get with my Avengers tattoo? If you go to x96.com/live, you can see it. It's just the Avengers A with the circle around it. What's that?
Yeah.
What's that?
You part of some kind of group or something?
And I go, it's the Avengers, Earth's mightiest heroes.
I got these two tattoos mainly because, they both mean something to me, but I also put them on these parts of the body so that I can see them. I don't ever see my other tattoos really because I don't ever look at myself in the mirror. I've given up on that. It's because it's just too. It's not. I don't like being on this TV because I have to look at myself in the camera briefly to kind of get it set up. I just can't stand it.
I have a mask. I have maskne. Do you see? I have a
mask.
Did you get maskne?
What?
Got a zit right on the top. That's right where my mask sits, right there.
Oh, like acne, but
Yeah.
I see. Gotcha.
That's the thing now, maskne.
But the good thing is, when I put the mask on, you can't see it.
That's true.
You know, if you get a mustache, ladies,
stop worrying about it. Don't wax it anymore. Yeah, just wear a mask. You're wearing
just
a
let
mask.
that thing go.
My face has thanked me, or my skin has thanked me for the fact that I'm not wearing any foundation anymore for like anything.
Yeah.
So I get that.
Yeah.
People say that's why Trump doesn't. One of the reasons he doesn't like to wear masks because it messes.
It rubs
up
off
his
the
makeup.
the fake tan.
You can see the orange rub off on it.
The mustache thing, ladies, that's true. Listen, ladies, if you your husband likes the mustache on you. So you don't have to wear the mask with when you're around him, but out in public, yeah.
I mean, I had the laser hair removal years ago,
Mm-hmm.
but if I didn't, I'd probably not be as concerned about it these days.
I shouldn't say it, but my ex-wife had a little bit of a mustache,
Mhm.
and I remember she would bleach it to make it, and then I think she finally got the
Laser hair.
laser it lasered off, but I didn't never mind it, it was kind of cute in an odd way, but
You can wax it, but they also have this like cream that will dissolve it.
Nads.
Like Nair.
Yeah, and if you leave it on a little too long, you end up with this red rash right where your mustache is. So
That's worse.
It's
It's
just
even
as
worse.
bad, if not worse, than having.
how many
hair
times
there.
did that happen to you, Gina?
Shut up! I finally had the laser hair removal.
Well, I
so
know,
I don't
but-
have to worry about it anymore.
It's important to set that timer.
Yeah,
Don't wanna
you
just
get distracted.
Put it on and then
sometimes.
go around the apartment doing stuff, and yeah.
Quickly, this reminds me of a story that I've had in the news for a long time, and I haven't come up to it. It's a story about a young woman who's a model, and she's complaining. So she has a monobrow, a unibrow,
Mhm.
and she used to pluck it and all of that, and now she's let it grow in.
Mm-hmm.
And then, but the story is about how people are attacking her online and making fun of her for having the monobrow, and it's very upsetting to her. So, and I thought, well, then if it's I don't think people should do that, but if it's upsetting to you, why don't you just start plucking your eyebrows again, and not worry about it? I just thought that was so odd.
All right, we're going to take a break. We'll be back with Boner Fight is on the way. We've also got a reasonable amount of news.
Let me just mention this quickly because there's a lot of traffic
Yes,
going
please.
on. Huge delays in the Salt Lake Valley. Crash. Eastbound 201 freeway at 5600 West has the right lane blocked and traffic back to 72nd West. Then a vehicle fire has closed the 9th West exit ramp on the 201 with traffic back to the Bangor Highway. And then there's another crash on I-15 northbound approaching the I-80 split. So lots of issues, unfortunately, this morning. You're going to want to find some alternate routes through there. Protect your home and family with a security system from Mountain Alarm. Utah's security experts. Visit mountainalarm.com or call 801-395-8700.
All right, so we will take a break. We will be back with all of that and more. Stand by. And now a message from the state of Utah. I'll bet it's about masks.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's about the enhancements to the coronavirus.utah.gov data page. And of course, they encourage mask wearing on that page. But with the cases of COVID-19 at an all-time high in Utah, you now have access to the numbers that are driving those decisions by Governor Herbert and other state leaders, the decisions they're making about schools, about threat levels and all of that. And I would advise you to go and look at this. And it's very sobering. The number of cases and how it grows, and the young people, the young generation now, it's growing. COVID is growing among them because they're socializing, and then they're taking it home, and you can see all of that. They break it out by age, and it's pretty fascinating and kind of scary. But find out how you can take care of yourself and protect yourself and your family by going to coronavirus.utah.gov.
God. God. Spell it with me now. G-O-D. Like you wouldn't know that already. Anyway, we'll use the word God in a bit of conversation between our two Utah buddies, LeVar and LeGrand. The boys are at Lagoon attending LeGrand Ardun's family reunion. Again, the word is God.
Glad you could come to Lagoon for my family reunion, LeVar.
Well, it's nice of you to invite me, LeGrand. I don't have no family of my own. Come to think of it, I don't have a last name. The Dunn clan sure is numerous, though.
Well, it's fine old polygamous stock, LeVar.
Your granddad had more than one wife?
10. That ain't nothing. My actual dad, he had 3 wives, too.
Well, how come you never had more than one wife?
Well, I tried, believe me, I tried. I wanted to marry more girls than Midge, but I just couldn't seem to interest none of them. Besides, Midge said she wasn't really for it. Said there wasn't enough man in me to go around, whatever that means.
Hey, listen, which ride you want to go on before the kids find us again?
Well, let's go on the Sky Ride from the north end of the park so as we can look down to Bountiful. I want to see if I can see the new temple up on the hill there.
You can see it for a long ways. I was driving down from Ogden, up there cruising for stuff at the DI. You know, that's a really good DI up there. Anywho, you can see that Bountiful Temple from Cherry Hill on the old highway, but then you lose sight of it when you drop down here by Lagoon.
Well, I've actually drove up to it. Drove around that temple and stuff.
And how'd you get there?
Just drove down I-15 and then got off at the Bountiful exit and then headed east.
Just got off at the main Bountiful exit, huh?
Yep. Hey, you know what I need right now?
What's that?
Need me a slush puppy. It's god-awful hot out of here all of a sudden.
Sure has. And nothing will cool you off like a slush puppy.
They got all the flavors?
Yep, they got the blue, the red flavor, the green flavor, and the most cooling flavor of them all. Yeller.
Got 'em all, huh?
Got 'em all.
Here's what Bill Allred is thinking when he's not on the air.
Gotta think up some new features for Radio from Hell. Spice the show up. Maybe we could do a top 10 list. Now, every morning show has ripped that idea off from Letterman. What about bringing back that character I used to do? PBA bowling champ Wayne Zahn. God, no. That was stupid then, and it'd be stupid now. What about a character who can read minds or predict the future? No, that's too much like Karnak. Double time checks might make things sound snappier. It's 7:27, 27 minutes after 7. Geez, that's stupid. God, I just know I'm going to be thinking about this all day.
Here's what Kerry Jackson is thinking when he's not on the air.
Oh, we gotta start working on this new Space Elders bit for this fall. And maybe we should call it Elders in Space. No, that's too much like pigs in space. Space Elders, that's it. Man, it's going to take a lot of production, music, and sound effects. Good acting jobs by Bill and Chunga, which is next to impossible. Maybe I'll ask the janitor to do a role, even he'd be better than those guys. Man, this Space Elders is going to take a lot of work, but it's really going to spice up the show when we get it going. Man, I'm going to be thinking about this all day.
Here's what Jimmy Chunga is thinking when he's not on the air.
Pudding, chocolate pudding, vanilla pudding, butterscotch pudding, rice pudding, tapioca, Oh man, I love pudding. Jello pudding pops, chocolate and vanilla pudding swirled together. Oh, pudding. P-U-D-D-I-D. Oh, pudding. I'd kill everyone in this room for one spoonful of sweet, sweet pudding.
Claps. Claps. Spell it with me now. C-L-A-P-S. Claps. And now we'll use it in some dialogue starring as our two Utah men, LeVar and LeGrand. We join the boys now at the Ward Cultural Hall as they take in a revival of the great theatrical production Saturday's Warrior. As the show nears its climax, LeGrand R. Dunn becomes highly emotional. Again, the word is claps. Let's listen.
Oh, this is such an uplifting show, LeVar. And this is the most uplifting moment in the whole Saturday's Warrior production.
I have to admit, LeGrand, I too am stirred. That girl who plays Julie Flinders has a way about her. She's a nice-looking young woman. I am stirred.
Oh, she found her true spiritual mate. And they're going to have a wonderful life together, and they'll have a big brood of kids, too. No abortions for them. Oh, that evil Mac, that son of perdition, he'll never have influence on them.
Girl like that you wouldn't mind having an influence on, though.
I have never experienced a theatrical moment like this before, LeVar. I think I'm having some palpitations.
I, too, am experiencing some palpitations, LeGrand. I wonder if the girl playing Julie's single.
I'm feeling faint, LeVar.
Grand?
Everything's going to gray.
You okay?
I think I'm gonna collapse. Oh, I'm gonna collapse. Help! Catch me, LeVar. I'm gonna collapse.
LeGrand, get up. You're embarrassing me. Wake up. Oh, my heck, he's out cold. Somebody call a paramedic. Is there a doctor in the house? Anybody know CPR? My friend LeGrand said he's going to collapse, and he did. He collapsed. Somebody help. Wake up. Wake up.
Oh, LeVar, get help. Don't let me pass through the veil to the other side.
Oh, you just fainted, puss boy.
In 1989, Brianne Sidoni Delasoniers. That's Brie Larson. Brie Larson, not her real name. Captain Marvel, which is why Carrie Jackson.
That's on the Captain Marvel soundtrack. I watched it. I rewatched it a couple of nights ago, and that was an earworm, and has been since. And I don't know if this will help or not.
Tell them what the song is.
It is Elastica is the band. Connection is the song.
Okay.
Mary Nichols calling us. Now, Mary, you're not on vacation.
I'm not on vacation this week.
Thank you.
No.
Thank you.
Are you over at the Wells Fargo building right now?
Yes, I am. In our sales offices that are empty. It's
Mary
noisy in the
Nichols.
newsroom. It's very quiet here in the sales office.
Mary Nichols, of course, the Channel 2 morning news anchor, along with Ron Bird. And when last we spoke, Mary, you were off. You were in Seattle on Whidbey Island, and then you were off to Las Vegas to play the slot machines.
Yes.
How did that go?
It was a lot more crowded than I thought it would be. I mean, the slot machines were great. We ended up breaking even, and to me, that's a win if you don't lose a lot of money. So we had fun. But there were a lot of people there. I was surprised at how many weren't wearing masks.
Really?
Did you feel uncomfortable being there with a lot of people in an enclosed space and all of that?
Yeah, I did. It was a lot more crowded than I thought. And then even when we were walking from one place to another outside, that's when people would take their masks off because they're outside and they don't have to. But we weren't even close to 6 feet apart when you're in a crowd on waiting for the light to turn green. So we just tried to stay away from people who, if we could see their nose or mouth.
Yeah. But Las Vegas seemed to be fairly busy.
Yeah, it was. I was surprised. I mean, there were some hotels that are still closed, like Planet Hollywood, I think, is still closed, and a couple others. But the bigger resorts were open. There were a lot of beard protectors and chin strap masks.
What are beard protectors?
Like if you work in a kitchen, in a restaurant, you have to wear a thing to keep hairs
but
from
it's
falling.
like
into the food.
they have the mask on their face, but it's like slid below their mouth. Just
that's what
their
you're
chin.
saying. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
No, I'm not going to Vegas anytime soon. Then.
Yeah.
I mean, even I follow Penn Jillette on Twitter.
Yeah.
And he was saying that and he had a picture of him and Teller together. This is the first time that I've been near him for 6 months, and we're getting ready to find a way to, in COVID, do the Fool Us show.
Yeah, the TV.
Yeah.
And so I can't see myself going anytime soon.
Yeah. Well, and you think about it, and some of those shows are like big productions, like Cirque du Soleil stuff. It's like not only the performers, but the orchestra and the singers and the people running the whole backstage. And that's a lot of people. And in order to pay all those people for their time, you have to fill the seats. And you can't fill the seats. So they can't pay the people.
None of those shows are running, are they?
No, that's the thing. That's why I think Penn and Teller would be okay, because they have fewer people involved in the production of it.
Yeah.
So they can limit the audience and still get by, hopefully.
Yeah, that's the only reason I go to. That's the only reason I go to Las Vegas, though, is for those Cirque du Soleil shows. I hate them.
They're amazing. Yeah.
Mary and I took in a sporting event together yesterday.
We did.
We were at my daughter's volleyball game. Mary's daughter's the coach. And I won't say where we were, but there were people showing up without masks. And they were asked to leave, which is good. But
there was one group that got away with it.
And
for a while.
There were people that had masks, more than one person. And they would be sitting there with their mask on, and then when they wanted to cheer for their team, they would pull the mask down and shout, go, anteaters, yelling, and then pull the mask back. And they did this multiple times. And
And yelling and singing are the biggest culprits of spreading your particulates.
I have two questions about this, and maybe both you can answer this. First of all, is their team really called the Anteaters?
I didn't want to.
Okay.
I didn't want to out.
Okay, and second, who won?
Oh, our
the girls
girls
wearing
won.
masks won.
There you go.
All right.
You know what? I was really surprised. I mean, I was thinking it would be really hard to play a sport wearing a mask, but those girls did it just fine.
Yeah,
They
and the
weren't
other team wasn't.
playing with them. Yeah, the other team wasn't, and it's kind of scary because you're a foot away from someone, and if you find out later that someone on that team tested positive, it's like, well, I was a foot away, so I'm probably gonna.
Or someone at the slot
have to be
machine
careful.
next to you, Mary. And someone at the slot machine
I know.
next to you.
You know what? If anybody sat down, they had them blocked off. But if anybody sat down next to us, my husband and I, we'd just leave.
Good. All right. All right. Well, we're glad of that. You are a national you're a state treasure for sure.
Or a building treasure, an office treasure.
We wouldn't want to
We'll
lose
narrow
you.
it down.
We don't want to lose you. All right, Mary. Thank you for talking
Thanks,
with
Mary.
us. See you
Have
later.
a great day.
Talk
Bye.
to you again
Bye-bye.
soon. All right, let's see. We're going to take a break. We'll be back with boner fights, a reasonable amount of news, all on the way, and now a message about what's happening downtown. Going to be good weather for this event this weekend.
Well, it's they're blocking off the street every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So tonight through Saturday, it's Main Street, and I went down and took a look at how they do it. It's really cool. They've got barriers up so that the whole east side of the street, Main Street, the it's open so that restaurants and bars can put tables out. There are entertainers. And it's going to be lovely weather for dining outdoors, even in the evening. I would take a sweater, but it'll still be just nice. It's downtown SLC, open streets, closed for fun. Lots of stuff going on. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday from 6 to 10 p.m. only. Now, if you want to find out more about it, what restaurants are participating, where you can park, all of that kind of stuff, you should just go to downtownslc.org. That's downtownslc.org.
I made a big mistake. Well, I didn't. It had to be done at some point. I haven't gotten on the scale, weighed myself, that is, since. So I had some back surgery to relieve some pressure on, excuse me, on the nerves in my back. And that has made it difficult for me it's made it impossible for me to do any exercise. And I exercise a lot, usually.
Uh-huh.
And then I went on vacation.
Well, sure.
And
you don't ever weigh yourself after vacation.
And you always put on a little weight on vacation.
Mm-hmm.
So a lack of exercise for a month, and then going on vacation for however many days to Hawaii, which involved a lot of
pineapple. Drinking.
A lot of
empty calories.
Empty calories. Thank you. That. Would you please? Damn it, Gina. Could you start with the euphemisms? Would you not zero right in on the problem? Start with the euphemisms. I say, is Ann Flo here? I don't say what, John the Rag. You having a period?
You're trying to be funny.
Start with the euphemisms, please.
Before the reality?
Yeah, don't let the reality just don't smack me in the face with it, please. So 10 pounds since the last time I weighed myself.
So in a month you've gained
I think I'd have to look and see when that surgery was.
You don't look like you've gained 10 pounds.
Oh, I sure feel like it. And I don't? Really? No?
You look fine.
You always say that, though. Because I don't know, why does she always say that? Because I don't think it's true.
I'm sorry, I was chasing down things that we have to take care of here. I'm, trying to fix the show. That's all.
She always says, you look fine. I think it's you say that either because you don't really look at me or at people. Because I look at you, and I wouldn't say that about you.
I didn't ask your opinion on how I look or how much weight I gained on my vacation.
I didn't ask yours either. You just offered it. I didn't ask your opinion.
Okay, I won't say you look fine. I start out saying something nice when I get in trouble for that.
I don't think I look. I think you can tell I've put on 10 pounds. Can't you, Carrie?
Gina, watch and learn. Really?
Can you tell that I put on 10 pounds?
You hide it well.
But you can tell, can't you?
No.
You can't?
No. I also don't look at you very closely.
I believe that.
It's true. I don't look at anybody very closely.
I know. I
keep my head down. I do my job. I get out.
I look at people too closely.
Yeah, would you quit looking at me so closely?
I'm sorry, how's your eye?
It's better.
Is it really? That's what you said. That's what you said when it wasn't.
But now it's just crusty, not puffy.
What did your husband say now that he's seen you? Did he, when he got home and looked at it, did he go, my God, why didn't you go to the doctor?
No, he's still saying it's fine, so it's fine. It's scabby.
I think that if you had FaceTimed him,
yeah,
he would have looked at it and went, "Oh God,
yeah,
Boots,
no,
get in there."
He was with me all weekend, and it was fine.
But so again, he doesn't look at you very closely. He just keeps his head down and does his job when he's with you.
Exactly. Which I'm glad that he doesn't notice I've gained weight.
No, he just keeps his head down and does his job.
Okay, 9:19 right now. And yet another day of us doing our shows from our homes.
Get used to it.
I've lost count. And,
I've got it right here. Wait a minute.
And I've realized that, yes, I just need to get used to it. This is the way it is.
Week 26, day 185 of our pandemic broadcast.
Thank you very much. You can watch us at x96.com/live. You can see us in our homes as we do the program. Okay, coming up, we've got Boner Fight here in about 7 or 8 minutes. So before that, a reasonable amount of news bordering on big boy news, brought to you by
Ma and Pa's Bakery features quality, natural, holistic, organic, and raw foods and treats for your fur babies in Mill Creek, American Fork, and Ma and Pa's Bakery Inc.com.
You know, the streaming service Peacock from NBC, they're doing a lot of Halloween programming. And just an incredible variety of stuff. So if you love Halloween, Katie, you should get the Peacock Network. Now, is it? I can't remember. It just comes with the...
well, if you're with Comcast
Xfinity, you get it.
You get it. And I think it's free with an option to upgrade for without commercials. I believe.
That's how it works?
Yeah.
So Katie, you might want to think about it. They're doing just movies, all 8 Harry Potter movies. Then a lot of family-friendly, scary movies. Classic monster movies. Dracula, Frankenstein, The Invisible Man from the Universal collection. The originals, the great ones. And then they have Blumhouse stuff. They have a new Blumhouse psychological horror film starring Kevin Bacon and Amanda Seyfried. They have the Chucky, all the Chucky things. They've got just tons of old TV series that are cool. They've got so many, like they've got the Alfred Hitchcock half-hour and hour shows. It's so deep, I can't believe it. They've got Zombieland. They've got The Ghost and Mr. Chicken.
Yeah,
they've got these.
That got her going. She
now these 3.
That's my favorite Don Knotts movie of the time. Like any time at all. The Ghost of Mr. Chicken has impacted my life in craziest ways.
Katie,
you're too young to have a favorite Don Knotts movie.
I love
Gina,
Don Knotts.
no one should have a favorite Don Knotts movie
Well,
unless
like
it's
the
Shakiest
Apple
Gun in the
Dumpling
West.
That movie, Shakiest Gun is great, but The Ghost of Mr. Chicken I have been waiting to find for so long.
I'm sorry, the correct answer is The Incredible Mr. Limpet. Anyway.
I knew it.
Well, I know what I'm watching today.
Or The Reluctant Astronaut. Anyway, speaking of streaming systems that you're really impressed with, I explored HBO Max yesterday. Or the day before.
Yeah.
And it's got so much on there. I lined up a whole bunch of Roadrunner cartoons to watch. And then I went through the movies and I found, Katie might know this one, The Frighteners with Michael J. Fox.
Yeah, that's a great movie.
Which is a great little movie, and it's still fun and holds up.
It's what's his name who directed all the Hobbit, Jackson.
Peter Jackson.
Peter Jackson
wrote and directed it.
Now, listen, I want to mention 3 other movies that you should check out on the Peacock. These movies are funny and they're scary, and I love them. Abbott and Costello and The Invisible Man, Abbott and Costello and The Mummy, and Abbott and Costello versus Frankenstein, or with Frankenstein. They are really. Oh, and they got I haven't seen this one. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, Abbott and Costello.
Oh,
they're really good movies. They're excellent. They're funny and scary and just terrific. September was Utah's worst month for COVID-19 cases.
We're number one.
906 new cases reported yesterday. The rate of new diagnosis continues to rise, and with those cases added to the rest of the month, September has brought more new cases to Utah than any other month since the beginning of the pandemic. However, the number of COVID-19 deaths in Utah was the lowest of any month since April, so there is some good news there. 52 Utahns died of COVID in September. Half half of the 104 who died in August and fewer than half of July's 134 deaths. So we're not getting a handle on it, quite the opposite.
But, Bill, I've got a texter here, an anonymous texter, who says, this COVID-19 is not as big as it seems. The CDC even announced it just a few days ago. See, now, this anonymous texter, that's an irrefutable source.
Oh, yeah. No, Gina, they did. The CDC came out and said, this is not as bad as it seems. Everybody be calm. I saw that. I know I
Rising in
did.
30 states. 30 states, it's going up.
I know I saw
More
it.
than half of the states.
How to Frame a Fig for a Don Knotts movie? No!
A good obscure choice. I like it.
I've never heard that one before.
Yeah, I have. I haven't seen it, but I've. So let me move on to Paris Hilton is on a mission to reform the troubled teen school industry. She's targeting Provo Canyon School, the Utah facility she attended in the 90s, where she says she was physically and emotionally abused, and we have no reason to doubt that. And other stories have come out of that school. She has started a campaign, change.org petition, demanding that the school be shut down. It's garnered 40,000 signatures as of 5 p.m. yesterday. She says she's going to use her voice to shine a spotlight on the troubled teen industry. This is fascinating. A President Donald Trump appointed district court judge has sided with Planned Parenthood and struck down a Tennessee abortion law. The law would have required abortion providers to tell patients that chemical abortions are reversible.
It's not
because
true.
they're not. They're not. So the judge said
the judge was smart enough to say, "I can't say."
We can't do it. You can't do that.
Okay, good. This
Planned
is a
Parenthood,
good sign.
Planned Parenthood prevailed at a preliminary stage on the grounds that the notifications required by the law were, at least in part, false. Tennessee Code requires doctors and healthcare facilities to communicate a particular message to women who have decided to undergo an abortion. The statute specifically addresses so-called chemical abortions that would be performed by sequentially administering two drugs to cause the abortion. But the judge said, I've asked experts and doctors, and it's no, you can't say that because it's just not true.
Yeah.
All right.
Is that it?
That's good enough, I think.
It's Boner Fight. With Radio from Hell on X96.
Well, we'll see. Got two pretty bad candidates here. Now, the first one, Boner candidate number one from the 7 o'clock hour, we didn't know she was going to die. It's the hospital staff in Canada. They're treating an indigenous woman there, a native woman, and she'd been admitted to the hospital for a stomach ache, and she had heart problems, but she was in great pain, and she was calling for help in the hospital, and apparently they started insulting her, hurling racial epithets at her and abusing her verbally, and she turned on her phone onto Facebook Live and recorded this happening, and then and she died. There's being a huge investigation, of course, in the hospital. This was in Quebec. Going up against another really bad candidate, doing the Lord's work, a pastor using meth and doing an exorcism on a 21-month-old toddler who was found in very poor condition at this pastor's church. That's Boner candidate number two, doing the Lord's work.
All right, so there you go. You've got to decide of these two candidates which one is the worst. Which one of these should be Boner of the Day? 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that number, that single digit is all we need in the message of a text. And then text that to 33986. Pretty easy to do. You can also call the producer's booth in Salt Lake. They'll take your vote there, 877-602-9696. Use your voice. Or go online, x96.com. And once you get there, let the page load and then refresh it so that the box that says Boner Fight October 1, 2020 appears, and you can vote there. Pretty easy to do. This is Boner of the Day. Let's go. Scott Hale, Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
Ah, yes. Scott Hale, Plumbing, Heating, and Air. They've got this furnace tune-up special with a free airflow test, and they've dropped the price. It's $39 for a furnace tune-up.
Oh, great deal.
Yeah. Plus, you can get $125 off a $300 repair if you need it on heating, plumbing, drain, air, whatever it is. And as always, Scott Hale, 100% customer satisfaction guarantee.
I'm a customer. I'm satisfied. I guarantee I'm satisfied.
Yep, and they do guarantee that, and they're very careful about coming into your house. They know that it's a sensitive time because of pandemic, and so Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air, they take extra precautions to make sure that you are safe. So a $39 furnace tune-up with free airflow test. Just call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE. That's 264-HALE, or go to scotthale.com.
The music starts at 10 with a 1-hour nonstop music.
Well, Punk, let's get to the movie review, shall we?
There we go.
That's why nothing to spend in the summer in and out of health facilities, like 18 Fingers of Death.
Tell us who stars in this opus.
Well, this is the only movie that's better than 17 Fingers of Death.
Yeah.
It stars James Liu.
Oh, so this is a sequel then?
Yeah.
Yep.
He's Buford, the down-and-out action hero.
James Liu, okay.
Okay.
And we got Maurice Patton.
Yeah.
He's Ronald Mack, the college student and wannabe director.
Okay.
Lisa Arturo.
Nope.
She's Sushi Q, the Honorable Fortune Cookie CEO.
Okay.
Pat Morita.
Oh, well, there's a name I recognize. Arnold from Happy Days.
So I know this movie's at least a year old, right?
Exactly. Well, I noticed he's got lots of others that are in post-production.
Oh, God. All right.
He's the humble restaurateur. We got Lorenzo Lamas.
Lorenzo Lamas?
Yeah.
He's a Antonio Bandana, the singing martial artist.
Okay.
Oh.
Robin Shue.
This sounds like just a great movie.
Oh, yeah.
He's Jackie Chong.
Yeah.
And we got Charlie George Brown as Chuck Snorris.
Chuck Snorris. Okay.
Oh, God.
And Kurt Graves as Steven Seafood.
Okay. Tell us the plot of 18 Fingers of Death.
Well, as far as I can tell, this guy starred in 803 of the finest action movies ever filmed, but he's come up with a script for what could be his breakout role. But when the producers back out and pull his funding, he's forced to pull out the "Will Work for Kung Fu for Money" sign and sell his Kung Fu movie memorabilia in order to get enough money to make a movie in 1 week for the Sundance Film Festival.
God. And they managed to get like about 90 minutes out of this?
Yep.
Jeez.
Oh, 90 minutes.
All right, have you got a scene from 18 Fingers of Death?
Yeah, I thought I'd give you a little Pat Morita.
Okay.
Oh, good. Pat Morita.
So here we go.
Mr. Lee, listen, I've always been wanting to know, do you have Chinese Jews? Chinese Jews? Oh, very sorry today, so no Chinese Jew. We only have the apple Jews and the orange Jews.
Oh, man.
Jeez. This is worse than I even dreamed.
Yep. What are you giving this movie, Punk?
I'm actually giving it 3.5 Prozac.
What? It's the pills talking, Punk.
It's the prednisone. I think it's the prednisone. For digging up guano, lining up to fight. You can only fight the good guy one at a time.
That's
you
right.
have to circle him.
Yeah.
Feathered hair, the drunken bastard, Bong Fu the series, a wicker basket beaten, bow tie in the kitchen, cowboy Fu, a fallen in love montage, an attack midget, and yes, learning to speak out of sync.
Learning to speak out of sync. All right, and what junk food are you going to have while you watch this movie?
I think you need to gather a few Lynn Wilson's meat and cheese burritos with extra cheese and onions. You can mix in the Durkin's French fried onions as you need. A nice meatball hero, some Rainbow Twizzlers, a bunch of Starburst, Reese's Pieces, a bag of Honorable Fortune cookies, and Yes, a nice cold canister of Lost Energy drink.
All right, Punk.
Wow, sounds lovely.
For those of you that are lost.
All right. 18 Fingers of Death.
The movie that's better than 17 Fingers of Death.
About that, I got distracted. Okay, let's award Boner of the Day.
And it's brought to you in part by a delicious pasta and a tall, cool glass of water.
And Thursday's family night at Diversion Eatery. Get a 16-inch pizza, 10 wings, and a big green salad, all for just $25 with the promo code Family Deal, located at 535 North 3rd West and online at diversioneatery.com.
Boner candidate number 1 was We Didn't Know She Was Going to Die. Investigations launched after an indigenous woman in Canada recorded the Quebec hospital staff uttering racial slurs at her before her death. Going up against number 2, Doing the Lord's Work, a pastor doing an exorcism on a toddler and using meth in the process with church members in Arkansas. And the winner was Boner candidate number 1. Well, we didn't know she was going to die.
Okay. That's your Boner of the Day for October 1st, 2020. Now qualified to be Boner of the Week. That will be decided not by you, but by Dave the Flower Guy tomorrow at about this time. I think we got Daryl on the phone because it's that time of year.
Gerald Yeager.
It
Hey,
is.
how are you?
It is good. How are you? I've washed my hands. I have my mask on.
All right.
Good
Dar-
boy.
Daryl.
I think we're as socially distanced as we can be.
Daryl, that's not necessary. We're on the phone. Okay? We're on the phone. It's not necessary.
Okay. Well, I just,
Okay.
the CDC changes their mind all the time. I thought it might be transmitted through the phone or something like that.
Odyssey Dance Theater, my friend, doing
Yeah.
Thriller for how many years in a row is this?
This is our 24th year.
Have
Can
you
you
have
believe
you
that?
ever have you ever missed a season in 24 times? I mean,
No.
so you're just determined we're gonna overcome all of this and we're gonna do it this year no matter what.
Well, we figured our zombies are dead, so it doesn't really matter. So
That's true. If you've never seen Thriller, the Odyssey Dance Theater, I sort of knew about it and didn't go see it for a long time. I don't know. I just thought, well, I don't know. I don't want to see that. And then I think when I met you, Daryl, and you said, "Oh, please come to the show." And this was like 5 or 6, 7 years ago. I went up and saw it, and it's just not. It's great. It's so entertaining, And you
Oh,
change
thanks.
it. You change it every year too, don't you?
You bet. Every year we got something new and different. I mean, this year's a little strange because our Park City engagement was canceled because they just decided to close the theater up there.
Oh.
And then we were supposed to be at Kingsbury Hall for a couple of weeks, but they decided, we were all excited because, Salt Lake went to yellow, and I thought, okay, this is going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And then the university decided that they're going to close Kingsbury Hall till January 1st. So we got kicked out of Kingsbury. And so we were lucky enough to land into the Capitol Theater for a week. So we have 6 performances there at the Capitol Theater. But that's the problem. We only have 6 performances, and they're also only letting us do like 360 people per show.
Yeah.
So if there's a lot fewer seats this year available.
Mm-hmm.
So anyone who wants to come see it live, please come get your tickets early because they're going to go quick. And we also are providing a virtual video of the show that they can see when if they go onto our website there at odysseydance.com.
Now you also are doing some shows up in Logan and in Ogden, a couple of shows as well at the Egyptian Theater in Ogden, which is a beautiful place, isn't it?
Yeah, we love that theater. And then we're also going down to Tuacahn in St. George. So we're going to be doing at least 4 locations this year. So, Thriller is on. We are doing it.
Give us an example of one new thing that people might see this year in Thriller.
Well, we have a new closing number called Trick or Treat, which is a blacklight piece, and there's all kinds of cool things that happen. If you can't go out and trick or treat, at least you can experience it on the stage.
Oh, yeah.
It's Odyssey Dance Theater. It's Thriller, and 24 years in a row. I'm glad you're not packing it in this year, Daryl, and skipping the year.
I think one of the things people love about the show is the humor. You know what I mean? There's a lot of humor, and I think we all could use a little humor nowadays. So
absolutely.
So I think if you want to get out and start feeling normal again, come see Thriller.
OdysseyDance.com is where you go. I've been meaning to ask you this, and this is, it's too late to do anything about it now. But I have trouble spelling Odyssey. Do you find? I guess if you just kind of approximate it, Google will get you there.
Yes, it's ODYSSEY.
Yeah.
DANCE.com.
Okay. OdysseyDance.com.
That's helpful.
Yeah,
that's good.
And if you get close to that, usually the Google machine will go, "No, you meant this," and get you there.
Exactly.
All right,
exactly.
Daryl Yeager, thanks. I hope you do well with this and stay safe.
You too. Thanks, guys. Bye-bye.
All right, thanks, Daryl.
Bye-bye.
Talk to you next time. Let's see. We'll take a break. We'll be back and crawl towards the exits after these. RANLife.com. That's easy to spell.
Yeah, RAN. That's it. Simple as that. It's
and
RAN
it's
Life.
simple to refinance with RAN Life, isn't it, Bill? You just went through that process.
Yeah, I've done it a couple of times with RAN Life as interest rates have come down. If you haven't refinanced your mortgage within, I'd say 2 or 3 years, you might be pleasantly surprised at how much money you'll be able to save by refinancing because the interest rates are so low. Now, if you don't lock your interest rate in before October 15th, you might be hit with some additional closing costs. That's an important thing to mention. So Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac is going to start charging an extra 0.5% on every conventional refinance. So before that happens, get your mortgage refinanced. Go to ranlife.com or call them 801-475-4500. RAN Life.
Technology.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of 2 such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elmer! Today, we find Butch and Lehigh on Starbase 182, around lunchtime.
Hey, Lehigh, what's up? You haven't been yourself lately. You seem a little under the weather. Here, I replicated you some lunch. This should put you back on your feet. It's your favorite.
Oh, plomeek soup?
No, macaroni and cheese with little hot dog bits in it. Man, you are sick. I'm taking you to the sick bay.
Are you sure that would be the logical thing to do?
Oh, come on.
Very interesting.
What is it, Doc? What's wrong with Lehigh?
Elder Christiansen here is suffering from plateau.
Plateau? What on earth is that?
Not plateau, plateau.
Oh.
The blood fever. It's not of Earth, my dear Butch. It's a Vulcan disorder. Lehigh here is in the early stages of Ponfar.
But Doc, look at my companion. I mean, his ears aren't pointy. The blood sample you took from him was red, not green. He's not a Vulcan.
Have the two of you come in contact with any Vulcans recently?
Well, we met with that nice Ambassador Spock fella.
Was there anything unusual about this meeting?
No, we talked for a while. He mind melded with Lehigh and then sent us packing like everybody else.
Mind melded with a Vulcan? Oh, dear.
Well, he said it would be the fastest way for us to tell him about the gospel.
Now, what's this got to do with Lehigh losing his appetite and then resetting the environmental controls in our apartment up to Moab standard temperatures?
Ponfar is the Vulcan mating ritual. Unless the individual who's suffering from the blood fever gets to Vulcan in time, he will die.
I still don't understand how Lehigh contracted this blood fever thing anyway.
The Vulcan who did the mind meld must have transferred it into the Lehigh's mind during the meld. No matter how he contracted it, you must get to Vulcan within the next 72 hours or your companion will be dead.
Okay, Vulcan it is. Come on, Lehigh, we better get going.
But Vulcan isn't in our Tracton area. We're not supposed to go outside of this quadrant. You know the rules. Zone Leader Hansen would never approve of us making a personal visit to Vulcan.
Oh, to heck with Hansen. They can send us both home if they want to. I just want to make sure you go home breathing.
Will our elders get to Vulcan in time to save Lehigh? Will Zone Leader Hansen get them sent home for leaving the quadrant? Will Ambassador Spock apologize for giving Lehigh plateau? What is exactly in plomeek soup anyway? Tune in next time to hear Butch say...
Hold on, Lehigh. Just a couple more hours and we'll be on Vulcan.
Butch, wouldn't it be more logical to reduce our speed to warp 6 in order to make the best possible speed while reducing the stress on the dilithium crystals?
Oh.
On the next mind-melding episode of Space Elders!
It's 9:49 right now.
So,
oh, sorry.
It's Halloween season, and I'm just waiting for somebody to come and ask me to do my Dracula voice for a commercial, so that I could say no. I'm not going to do that. of it. Every year, somebody comes and says, "Hey, can you do a Bela Lugosi? These are the Halloween season." No, I'm not going to do that.
But Bill, it's the big Trucktober sale.
I know, but I have many things to do, so I can't be bothered doing a commercial.
So what I'm getting from this is we need to do an entire show on the 30th, since we can't do the 31st on Saturday, like this.
I don't think so.
I think so.
Trucktober savings.
Oh, but that Frank,
savings good.
Frank, that's a pretty nice pickup truck you have there.
Prius bad.
I'll bet you could roll coal with that.
Frank prefer electric car.
Yeah,
electricity gives life, Frank.
Yes, he does. I need a car that has blood. Maybe I should drive the Bloodmobile.
Did you get that out of your system?
No, I'm not going to do that voice for your commercials. No, I'm sorry.
People are begging for an entire episode like this now.
No! It's not
a word of the day with Dracula and Frankenstein's
Well, maybe I'll do that.
Huh?
Maybe. Yeah. But I see Carrie's not worried about any kind of revolution
civil
or
unrest?
anything like that. No, Carrie's got an arsenal. He's prepared.
I'm prepared. I just want everyone to know that.
Are you sure you want people to see these weapons? X96.com.
Hey, those guys on the internet, they don't mind showing their weapons. So, so here's mine. That's this.
What's that? What's that?
That's a Type 2 phaser right there.
Careful where you're pointing that, Carrie.
Be careful.
I got a
Are
Klingon.
these loaded?
I got a Klingon disruptor here. Well, they're fully charged.
Yeah.
So I got that. Got a Bajoran hand phaser here.
Oh, of course you do. I understand that those are quite deadly.
Yeah, this is the RoboCop gun right here.
I buy that for $1.
Mm-hmm. I got Han Solo's blaster over there. And,
well, you got to have one of those at your side.
And Gina, that samurai sword you gave me is right over there too.
Oh, handy. So Carrie's set. So we all need to. So on the election day, we all need to head to Carrie's because that's when it's all going down.
And you know what'll happen is I won't be here because I will have gone to my friend Brian's house, who in his basement has a complete arsenal.
I have a little pocket knife.
Well, you're set then.
See?
I don't have anything.
Stab! Blood! Ooh.
Nope. Now, see, it's October 1st, and people are already talking about Chainsaw Guy.
Who?
Yeah.
It's tradition.
Well,
it's
he's pretty
tradition.
Busy. He's pretty busy. He's out there sawing up downed trees.
Well, he'll probably be tired, but I think he'll rise to the occasion.
We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. I understand he does a pretty good Dracula voice too.
Does he now?
Yeah. Chainsaw Guy does a pretty good Dracula voice.
He does impressions.
Well, some.
When I get calls from salespeople saying we'd like you to do a Dracula voice, I tell them I don't do Dracula. I only do Count Chocula. And then we get in an argument about the differences and that they don't understand.
And the Count from Sesame Street. What about him?
One apple.
Oh, are you referring to Count Von Count, Gina? Full name, please. Excuse me.
It's Count Von Count.
Excuse me. X96.com/live has been great for Gina.
Well, because Carrie has the access to his entire toy room at his fingertips, and he can pull out Comic Book Guy at a moment's notice to correct me when I get the name of the Sesame Street vampire wrong.
I believe his full name is Count Von Count. Thank you.
I don't like that implication. He can pull out Comic Book Guy whenever he wants.
Whenever he wants, he's right there.
Well,
now people are asking Chainsaw Guy to expand his repertoire. Corey says, since he wears masks and deals with death, how about health tips or COVID tips from Chainsaw Guy.
Oh,
I'll ask him. I'll ask him. I'll see if he has some.
Oh, look.
Carrie's wearing a Chainsaw Guy mask.
This is just the Chainsaw Guy fan club, official fan club mask.
But the scary thing with that Carrie just puts that on, because he never talked, so you just have to stand there. You just you know.
Was that Jason?
Jason.
I dressed up as Jason one year, and that's what I did. I just went and stood outside of people's windows. Didn't move. I had the big machete and everything. Just stood there like this.
That was safe.
It's scary.
Yeah.
That
was back when the world was somewhat normal.
Plus, Carrie, you don't like to talk to people, so that was a Halloween party where you could go to and just not have to say anything.
Oh, it wasn't a party. It was.
It was just out and about.
Yeah, just out and about.
Strangers' homes.
I think I did it outside the Channel 2 studios in the big window.
Just stand there.
Just stand there. You don't need to chase anybody if you're Jason or Michael Myers. You don't need to chase anybody. You just need to stand there far enough away that they can see you. All right. Should we do the promo and get out of here?
We've nearly made it through the 26th week of broadcasting from home, but that doesn't give you permission to miss Friday's Radio from Hell show.
Now, it's been a minute since we've had I'm sorry. It's been a minute since we've had a mental health check, so join us at 7 a.m. to talk with a licensed clinical social worker.
Then at 7:45, we'll be answering the best or meh question of the week. So send your best, most intriguing, or weird question to radiofromhell@x96.com.
Of course, you'll want to stick around at 8 a.m. because we'll be having another drink with Jimmy the Wine Guy.
Yeah.
And, of course, and I don't like to promise this, but I think it's true, we will have more on Friday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
All right. I think we're good.
Yes.
Where is it you're headed, Gina?
I'm going to Hoops Vision. I got a eye appointment with Hoops.
Oh, okay.
Got to have somebody eye my eye.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if they're going to dilate me or not. I hope not, because I'm driving myself.
Well, tell your husband that a new Iron Maiden album might be on the way.
Oh.
He'll be excited to hear that.
He will be.
Yeah. All right. I think we're good, right?
Mm-hmm.
Fine job, Katie. Thank you. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Blah.
That's it? Okay. Corey is next.